All right, we have our no box 32 in the lanes. We have called Dragsters for round one. If you're out warming up your car, do not drive to the end of the track, as we are very close to going on track here. So do not drive out on the track if you're out warming up your cars, please. All right, we're about ready to go round one of eliminations in no box. We are going to start out the morning with our both our Canadian and American national anthems. All right, here we go. Round number one of our no box 32. Coming out of the stadium lanes, dragsters, you all have been called. Yellow, red, white, purple, round one of eliminations. You're coming out behind no box. Here we go. Round number 1, no box. Alex Scheel and Jeff Jakewish. Jakewish with the pickup truck today, right-hand lane, Racine, Wisconsin, down into 8602. And Alex Scheel, left-hand lane, the Ford Mustang, going back to the burn box. He's going to dial a 671. Here we go. First pair into the stage beam Sunday morning. 50K weekend, and it is Alex and Jeff. Running down through there, wind light going. Jeff. 599, 300s under the dial in. Left-hand lane, 400s under for Alex. Jakewish advances. Andy Wingo with a Fiero in right-hand lane. Chris Heminger with the Oldsmobile, 721 to a 573. It's going to be called Dragsters. Dragsters have been called. Dragsters, your only option to run first round is with Dragsters. Don't think I'm going to make breakfast and maybe go drive up there and race a door car. That is not an option. Dragsters must come up with the Dragsters. If you miss the Dragster call, you will miss round 1. You can't stay to the end of the line and run with the door cars. That's not an option. Chris Heminger and Andy Wingo. Down the finish line, winner, Heminger. 003, 1 over. Good run out here on Sunday morning. Wingo's 015 and 3 under the dial in. Todd Schmidt, 69 Chevy Camaro, left-hand lane, down on 604. And Mike Kane, the challenger from Irons, Michigan, dialed 603. Red light for Mike Kane. Todd Schmitz with a win. He's 007 reaction time and runs on 1 over 605 for the Camaro. Danny Angel and Rich Van Els. Challenger right-hand lane out of Lowell, Michigan, down to 740. And Danny left-hand lane, the Ford Mustang with a 631. Both drivers in. Here we go. Tree coming down, and Van Elza's out. Here comes Danny Angel in the Ford Mustang. Chasing the Challenger. Down the finish line. Wind line going. Left lane, Danny Angel. 012, 3 thou under. Rich is 060 and 200s under. Scott Erickson and Mike Gramlich. The S10 left-hand lane down 640. Erickson's Camaro right side, 557. Larry Gramlich doing the driving today in the pickup truck. A 002 red light for Scott Erickson. Larry Gramlich will advance, running 635, 110 with an 070 reaction time. Larry will be round 2 of no box. Jordan Mikula and Tom Bray. Left-hand lane, Mikula, 660 dial-in for the Dodge Dakota. Bray with a Camaro down 739. Good race here between the truck and the Camaro. 100 separate them on dial-ins. Winner, left-hand lane, Mikula. 029 and 100th under. Bray is 018 and 11th under, 002 margin of victory there. Ives Baudry, Azilda, Ontario, Canada. The Skidoo in the left-hand lane down at a 617. And Kyle Yakos, Dodge Daytona down 672. A red light for Kyle Yako, the Canadian, on the sled will advance. 018 reaction time, and he runs a 2 under 6:15 elapsed time. Jeremy Johnson rolled up next, taking on Jason Mikula left-hand lane, a Chevy 2, down 606. Jeremy's Malibu 651. Running through round number 1 of eliminations on the no box side here. Johnson turns a red light on right off the bat. Mikula's 47 green for the win. And on the 06 runs on 058. Jeff Wistinghausen and Warren Smith. Ford Mustang right-hand lane with a 631 dial in. Wistinghausen 69 Camaro down 642. Both drivers in, and here we go. Out on green lights, Wissinghausen, big wheel stand out of the 69 Camaro. Warren chasing him in the Mustang. Finish line winner, Warren Smith, 043 reaction time, running 300ths over the dial in. Wissinghausen was 100th over with an 094. Here's a nostalgia race on the start line here. 57 Chevy and 55 Chevy here in round number 1 of no box. Very, very cool. Brett Williamson and Scott Kiefer. Williamson, the Winnebago, Illinois, 57 down 588. Kiefer, the Detroit, Michigan, 55 Chevrolet down at a 604. Both drivers in. Green lights a pair. Williamson in control. Finish line. Winner, Williamson. 021. Taking 003 stripe with the 57 Chevy. Brett Williamson will be in round 2. Kiefer along for the ride there on that one. Alyssa Martin and Jake Huntington. Jake with the Buick Roadmaster in the left-hand lane down on a 724, and Alyssa driving the Team Martin Beaverton, Michigan S10, 620 dial on the right-hand side. Jake Huntington getting the win light right there. Alyssa turned it 011 red in the pickup truck. Huntington will be at round 2 of no box. 63 Chevy Corvette of Doug Heinisch taking on Nate Alexander. Howard City Chevy Vega down 614. Doug in the Corvette with a 541. Red light for Doug, and he instantly gets out of the throttle. He's 16 red. Left-hand lane, a 037 green, and a win light for Nate Alexander. He's dead on with a 5 at the end. Donnie Dollars in the left-hand lane. Hagar in the Vega 634. Emma Helsel, Traverse City, Michigan 69, Nova 743. Donnie Hagar, Emma Helsel down to the finish line. Give it to Donnie Hagar, 036, taking 100 stripe for the win. Emma's a couple over and was a little bit late right there. Mark Daniels and Joel Young, the Chevrolet Camaro out of North Branch, left lane, 611. Daniels Camaro right lane, 636. Good run here between Joel Young and Mark Daniels. Both out. They're within 1 thou on React, a 25 to a 26. Finish line, give it to Young on a double breakout. Daniels got there first, went 15 thou under. Young is 6 thou under. The lesser of two evils is Joel Young. He will advance around 2, and so will Clint Bailey, our final no-box car. He's getting a bye run here in round number 1. Clare, Michigan, 72 Dodge Dart. Clint on the bye run with an 040 reaction time. 672 is his morning prediction, and he's a couple over that. 674 run. Here we go. Round 1. Dragsters coming out of the stadium lanes. Final call to the stadium lanes for Dragsters. Final call for Dragsters. If you missed the Dragsters session, I guess your only option at that point is to buy back. You cannot come up with a dragster during the door car session. Tom Clark and Taylor Cook. Tom in the left-hand lane, Copish, Michigan down 565, and Taylor Cook right-hand lane 464 to Mason, Ohio dragster. Round number 1 of eliminations. On the box side, these are the dragsters. Seventh thou separate them. Finish line winner. Taylor Cook, 300s under in the right, 400s under in the left. Cook advances. Tyler Treelout in the right-hand lane, Carly Duffy in the left-hand lane. 2 Canada dragsters going to run here in round number 1. 521 in the left, 570 in the right. Bolt driver is in. Here we go. Red light for the right-hand lane. So Carly Duffy with a free run here on Sunday morning and runs a 5:22 on a 5:21 with an 0:18 winning reaction time. Tyler turned at 15 red and went 400ths under the dial in. Chelsea Duffy this time. Chelsea Duffy this time, left-hand lane, Amherstburg, Ontario, 487. And Jason Preston, right-hand lane, Six Lakes, Michigan, Dragster down 479. Both drivers in. Here we go. Tree coming down. Red light by 003 for Chelsea. Jason is 008 green and runs a 477 and a 479. Troy Williams Jr. in the left-hand lane, FTI Dragster down 471. And Jeff Gilman in the right-hand lane, Marne, Michigan, Dragster down 455. Troy in the left-hand lane here. Jeff is approaching the starting line. Here we go. Troy goes right in. 471 for Williams, 455 for Gilman. Both out, both green, both good. Left lane, Williams, 011, 5th out under. He fed Jeff a little finish line down there. Jeff is 007 and 18th out under. Troy's 133 miles per hour, and Jeff is 151 down there. So he might have fed him a 100th or two there. Bailey Ferraro, left-hand lane, and Steve Williams in right-hand lane. 493 to a 443 dial in. Skin Dragsters, this is your chance for round one. All run sticker colors have been called. If you miss it, you do not have the opportunity to come up with the door cars and race. This is your chance right now. Green lights, a pair here, Ferraro and Williams. Ferraro got some work to do. Give it to Williams. 002, a couple hundredths under, beats an 016, about 400ths under the dial in. So it looks to be not slow out here this morning. Anthony Lane and Derek Gilman. Anthony left-hand lane, Fulton, Illinois, 490. Derek right-hand lane, Grand Rapids, Michigan, 478. Win light for Derek Gilman there. He's 042 and 300ths under. Left lane, Anthony Lane's 037, 300ths under. Margin victory, 001. Paul Wolf in the left-hand lane and Mark Howard. Mark right-hand lane down 478. Paul left-hand lane down 504. It's again yellow, red, white, purple with your first entry. Do not come up a second time until we call doubles. Just the same way we've been doing since Thursday. Do not come up with your second entry until we call doubles. Both out in green lights here, 100 separate them. Down to the finish line, winner, Mark Howard, 002, dead 4. Best run of the day we've seen so far. 6 total for Mark Howard. Paul Wolf is 0-12 and 1 over, cannot win that one. Mike Newman and Rob Lutzke. Mike in the left-hand lane down in a 482. Rob in the right-hand lane down in a 494. Running through round 1 of Dragsters, all run stickers have been called. Do not bring your second entry up until we call doubles. Both drivers in. 3 fires. They're both green. They're within 7-5. Finish line, winner. Right lane, Rob Lutzke. 031, dead 7. Beats an 038. 8 thou under in the left-hand lane for Mike Newman. Rob will advance. Kirby McLennan and AJ Kasenka. AJ left lane down 476. Kirby's blown Dragster right lane, put it on a 427 this morning. I believe Kirby may have read the track and the weather right here. That sounds about right. Great race here. Kasenka and McLennan, winner, left-hand lane. What a drag race. Kasenka is 006, dead 3, 9 total. McLennan is 001, 7 thou under for the loss. Went a little quicker than anticipated, a 426. John Cook and Jason Jensen. Jason on the left, John on the right, 468 to a 463. Red light there for Jason Jensen by 002. Cook is 10 and 100th under the dial in for the win. Bob Kelly and Ashley Cook out there right now. Bob in the left-hand lane. Grand Rapids, Michigan with a 551. And Ashley Cook, right-hand lane. Mason, Ohio, 486 dial in. Both drivers in. Tree coming down. Green light, red light. Kelly with a win. Ashley in the right-hand lane. A 001 red light, and then 5 thou under. Bob Kelly advances. Trevor Deeks and Eric Anderson next. Eric in the left-hand lane down to 488. Trevor will be on a 453 dial in to the right side. Trevor, finish line winner. Eric, 017 dead, 320 total. Trevor has 009 and a couple hundredths over the dial in. So Eric Anderson was the winner on that pair. Lisa Bowes and Zach Unks. Zach in the left-hand lane, down in a 499, and Lisa in the right-hand lane, down 482. Dragsters should be in the lanes if you have not yet made your first run here. Dragsters should be in the staging lanes. Round one of eliminations. Get a dial in on them. Get them to the lanes. Green lights a pair. Lisa's perfect. Finish line, winner. Left lane. Zach is 011 and 6 thou under. Lisa was 000 in the right-hand lane and went 8 thou under the dial-in. Margin of victory 002 for Zach Unks. He'll go to round two. John Parks, Ultratech Race Fab Dragster left lane, 440. And Gene Reynolds right-hand lane. Roseville, Michigan. Danny Nelson built car down 475. 4th, I'll separate them here. Line winner, Parks. Nailed it. 440 on a 440 with a 14 line. Reynolds was 18 on the let go, then went 300ths under the dial in. Definitely quick out here this morning. Lane Ledford backing up in the left-hand lane. Grand Ledge, Michigan, dialed in at a 474. And John Bowes, Alveda, Ohio, right lane down 482. Both out on green lights, 9 thou separate them. Down the finish line winner is left-hand lane, Lane Ledford, 018, 100th over the dial-in. Bose got there first by 38 and ran a couple hundredths under the dial-in. Lane Ledford will advance. Brittany Ulmer coming up right-hand lane is the American Dragster down 443, and Richard Briscoe, Oakley, Illinois Dragster left lane down 489. Both out on green lights. 1 thou separate them here. Finish line winner. Right lane. Brittany is, how about that burnout? 010 and a thou under. Briscoe's 009 and 300ths under the dial in. Eric Squires. Anybody that was still sleeping in their motorhome will not be anymore. Big, loud, blown dragster with a big burnout out of Ohio down 438. Darrell Pollock's American car, Hemlock, Michigan, 476. Green lights a pair, 5 fouls separate them. Down the finish line winner going left lane, double breakouts once again. 2 under in the left, 3 under in the right. Squires with the win. Don Vincelli and Michael Zednick. Mike's going to dial a 495. Don's going to dial a 454. 5,000 separating here. Vincelli and Zednik. Left-hand lane. Don Vincelli with a win. Mike got there first, went 494.4 on a 495, 6,000 under the dial in. Vincelli advances. Matt Gramlich and Nick Lakeith. Matt's going to dial 508, and Nick is going to dial 503. Attention in the pits, attention in pits. Yellow and red door cars. Yellow and red sticker door cars to the lanes. Yellow and red sticker door cars to the safety lanes, please. Yellow sticker, red sticker, door cars. Nick into the safety beams. Matt is bumping forward, and he's in. Green lights a pair, 100th separate them. Finish line winner, Lakeys, 020 dead 7, beats an 030 and 1 over. Nick will advance with that entry. Ernie Goodson and Glenn Sutherland. Glenn in the right-hand lane dealt 487. Ernie in the left-hand lane dealt 506. The buy run for round number 1 is 3x3M David Marchini. David Marchini, 3x3M, you are sitting on the buy run. David Marchini, 3x3M, you are sitting on the buy run. Both out on green lights. 5,000 separate them. Goodson, slight advantage. Finish line, it'll be the right-hand lane. 017 and 5,000 under. Ernie is 012 and 24,000 under. Winner, Sutherland. It's getting a little quicker out here this morning than some anticipated. Stacy Bueller backing up in right-hand lane down 518, and Larry Gramlich, 474 in the left side. So both yellow and red run sticker door cars have been called. Yellow and red run sticker door cars to the lanes. Down the finish line, one line going. Larry, 006, taking 003 stripe. Larry Gramlich with a good run right there and a win here in round number 1. Stacy missed it with an 053. Shannon Poyser and Devin Payton. Shannon right-hand lane down 459. The Gulf Star Dragster for Devin Payton down 478. Here we go. Both drivers in. Payton on the left, Poyser on the right. They're both out. They're both 001. Or 001, 004. Left lane, 001, dead 9. Shannon is 004 in the right-hand lane, and then 300s under the dial-in. So Payton with a win with a 10-pack. Ryan Pinkelman and Kirk Cheney. Ryan on the left, 516. Kirk in the right, 490. Door cars, you have been called yellow and red. Yellow and red run sticker door cars to the lanes. Round 1 of eliminations, please. Buybacks going on in the office on the pit side, the bottom of the tower. Both out on green here. Pinkelman with a perfect light. Finish line breaks out by 3. Bertini is 0-16 dead 3 to be 19 total. Ryan let go perfect and then went 21 under the dial in. Mike Ferraro and Scott Hornline. Florida racer down 479 in the left-hand lane. Scott is on a 485 in the right-hand lane. Both drivers in. 3 down. Green lights appear. Ferraro holding a slight advantage here. Winner Ferraro. 0-19 dead 7. Hornline's 0-35 and a couple hundredths over the dial in, letting him go down there at only 131 miles per hour. Gary Williams back up in the left-hand lane. The overkill Dragster and Chris Goebel in the right-hand lane. Backing up quickly with a 443 dial in with his Dragster. Both out on green ones here. Williams and Goebel. Finish line. Goebel. 002 and a hundredth over. Beats an 011 and 5 thou under. Jerry Burdess in left-hand lane. Taking on the insurance van car. One of the Smiths down 462. Jerry Burdess left lane down 480. One thou separate them here. They're both 00. Down to the finish line, it'll go Smith. 007 and 6 thou under. Burdess 008 and 13 thou under. Margin of victory 7 thou for the insurance van Dragster, which must have been Caitlin Smith, because here is Steve Smith. Right hand lane dialed in at a 467, taking on Will Crawford 445. Will carried a couple entries fairly deep into the event last night, about 4 or 5 rounds anyway. We go, both drivers out of the gate. Steve Smith, Will Crawford. Finish line, it'll be Crawford winning a double breakout race there. Smith is 0-12 and a couple hundredths under. Will in the left-hand lane is 0-33, a couple hundredths under. Gets down to the little numbers at the end, and it is 008 margin of victory for Crawford. Bob Payton and Manny McCormick. The baby blower cars here, 448 to a 449. One thou separate him here in a good one. Finish line winner. Maddie, 009, 100th over the dial in. Peyton's 008, taking 23 stripe. Need to make that about 17 or less, and his win light would have came on. Maddie with a win. Justin Daniels. So we move over to the door car side. The first one coming out will be D. Gibbons. Truck down 623. Daniels Dragster 529. Red light for Gibbons by 005. Daniels will get a free shot here. And on the 29, he runs 28 with a 7. The truck runs dead 0. 623-0 and a 623 with a 005 red light. Louis Taylor, Tennessee Camaro in the right-hand lane, taking on Jeff Sanchez, Chevy 2 left-hand lane. 626 and 575. Double 01 red light for Sanchez. Louis Taylor going to get the win. A 575 and a 575 with an 033 reaction time. Next fair rope start line. Dan Masta and Frank Piltz. Must have called the old guys up. No, I'm talking to you, Warren. I'm talking about Frank and Dan, very experienced. So we'll go with that. Frank in the left-hand lane at 74 years old. Cadillac, Michigan, down 606. And Dan, he just old. 651 for him in right-hand lane. Fourth, I'll separate him here. Down the finish line, winner going. Left lane, Frank 030 and 5 thou under. Dan's 034 and a couple hundreds under. Toby Croning and Andy Wingo, 570 to a 597. We have called 2 run sticker colors here on the door car side, yellow and red. 3 coming down, red light for Toby by 12. Andy with a 14 green going to get the win light. And he runs a dead on 570 and a 570. Travis Milliman taking Dustin Cesaro. Truck with a 668. Milliman's Cavalier 602. Trucks out on a green one. Here comes Milliman chasing with a Cavalier. Down the finish line, winner going truck. 005 and 400s over the dial in. Milliman's 031 and 700s over the dial in. Jeff Jaquith's truck right hand lane down on a 599 and Kip Burkhart's Cuda down 617. Jeff Jaquith and Kip Burkhart, finish line winner. Burkhart, 028, take 002 stripe to be dead on with a 7. Jake was at 014 and 200ths over the dial in. Bob DeChaney and Pete Brown. Chevrolet Malibu up against the Monte Carlo, 533 to a 579. Bob and Pete, Bob in control here. And he gets a win. 001 and 100th over the dial in. Pete missed it that time and then went a 529 with the Monte Carlo. The Beretta of Chris G taking on Cody Height. Monte Carlo 601, the Beretta 548. With another finish line here, win light going right-hand lane. Chris G is 010 and 100th over the dial in. Cody Height is 026 and 100th over the dial in. It'll be Chris with a win light right there. Jason Hicks and Skylar Drews coming next. Skylar right hand lane down 589. Jason left hand lane down 690. Skylar right lane down 589. Jason left hand lane down 690 here. 2,000 separate them on reaction time. Finish line winner. Left lane Hicks. 020 and 100 over. Beats an 018 in 300ths over. Nolan Blanchard right hand lane. 629 taking on the Roadrunner out of Canada. Hutchinson Racing. 657. Both drivers in. Here we go. Green lights a pair. 5,000 separate them. Finish line, Hutchinson, dead on. 016, dead 6. Good run here in the morning. Blanchard's 021 and 4,000 under the dial in. Steve Mikas and Randy Whitaker going to run. Randy in the left down 662. Steve in the right down 588. 6 thou separate them. Finish line winner, Steve Mikas. Runs on the dial-in. Whitaker's a couple hundredths under the dial-in, running 660. Andy Colvin and John Lineberry. Taylor, Michigan Camaro down into 587. Colvin with the Mustang down into 615. One thou separate him here. 5 thou under for Colvin and a win light. Lindenberry's 19 and 8 thou under, making the margin of victory 003. Wes May and Ken Atherton out there right now. Wes, left-hand lane out of Greentown, Indiana, 667. And Ken, right-hand lane from Constantine, Michigan. 41 Willys out 555. Wes, 667. On the finish line, winner going Wes May, 025 and 669. Ken is dead on the dial-in, but had a 1:30 reaction time there. Dustin Loynes and Shelby Hoffmeyer. Shelby in the right-hand lane, down 603. Dustin left lane, down 586. Red light for Hoffmeyer by 007. Loynes of the win, 032 and a 585, a 118. Stephen Parquette in the right-hand lane down 660, and Jimmy Francisco's Nova down 564. Finish line here, winner Jimmy Francisco, an 040 reaction time and 11 over. Stephen was 144 and 11 over. John Bowes and Dave Lawrence, Little Red in left-hand lane, 554. John in the Corvette down 604. John Bowes wins a double breakout here. He's 014 and 1 thou under. Lawrence is 0.22 in 3 thou under. Margin of victory 0.02 of a second to the Chevrolet Corvette. Jim Martin and Sean Carver. Sean's Camaro 560. Jim's 69 Camaro right lane 653. Finish line here, winner Carver, 0.26 and a hundredth over the dial-in for the win. Martin was 0.58 and a couple hundredths under the dial-in. Brandon Lang and Aaron McCullough. Aaron left lane down 635. Brandon right lane down 587. Finish line winner, Aaron McCullough, 0.22 and a hundredth over the dial-in. 0.30 and 2 thou under for Brandon Lang. Chevrolet Camaro. The Victoria Ladies and Escort Camaro dialed 552. Jim Davis truck left lane dialed 640. Down the finish line here, win light going. Right lane the Camaro, 0.36 hundredth over the dial-in. Davis is 0.23 and 6 hundredths over the dial-in. Danny Angel on the left. Kyle Kidder in the right, 678 to a 631 dial-in. Danny and Kyle out there right now, down to the finish line, win light going. Danny, 006, 300s over, taking 4 thou stripe. Danny Angel with a good run right there. Shelly Elrod, Port Clinton, Ohio, Chevy 2, down 602. And Joe Ballman in the left-hand lane. The Chevrolet Camaro down in at a 618. 1600 separate them on dial-in here. $13 thou separate up here. Down the finish line, winner, left lane. Joe Ballman, 0.28 and 100th over the dial-in. Shelley's 0.15 and 3 thou under the dial-in. Travis Mardlin taking on Jordan Mikula, 660 to a 707 here. A red light for Mikula, so Mardlin with a win here in first round. 0.11 reaction time green light and runs a 7.08 on a 7.07. Jeff Alexander rolling this time. Dan Connor Jensen. Connor left-hand lane down 6.06. Jeff in right-hand lane down 6.02. Attention in the pits. We'll take white and purple run sticker door cars to the lanes. White and purple run sticker door cars to the stadium lanes, please. White and purple. That means all 4 colors have now been called for the door cars. White and purple run sticker door cars to the lanes, please. Round 1 of eliminations. Win light for Connor Jensen. He is perfect on the let go. Takes 3,000 stripe. 000-003 finish line. Jensen with a win. Old red might be leaking over there. Got a lot of attention here in the burn box. Troy Williams. $567 dial in for the pickup truck. Jason Hemmerline's Camaro going to be in the right lane down 540. Ethal separated on reaction time. Winner, right lane. Hammerline is 006, 100th over the dial in. Troy Williams Jr. is 014, 3 over. Hammerline with a win. Eric Squires and Mike Kelly. Mike in right-hand lane of Ford Mustang down to 625, and Eric Squires left lane out of Defiance, Ohio down to 633. Jason Mikkel and Doug Heinisch out there right now, 606 and 540 dial-ins. $100 separate them Finish line, Heinisch 001, 2 over for the win. 011, 3 over for the L. Keith Helsel and Brett Williamson, 587. Keith driving the Nova today, dialed in at a 745. Well, an issue for Williamson, but he's going to get the red light because Keith Helsel turned it red first. Keith got the red light. The 57 got the win light. All right, Chuck Ridenauer and James Vanderbroek. Coming next, Chuck in the Corvette in the left-hand lane out of Plainfield, Indiana. Going to dial a 511. Right-hand lane, James Vanderbroek, the Chevelle, going to dial in a 608. One-thou separate them here. It'll be left-hand lane Chuck. 513 on a 511. Vanderbroek is 300s over. 034 reaction time. Chuck turning on the win light without a burnout. Jared Ledford and Roy St. Dennis. Jared's Camaro left lane dialed 654. Roy St. Dennis, the Oldsmobile, dials 528. .100 separate him. Down the finish line, winner going. Left lane Camaro by 8,000 of a second. 024 dead 7. Roy is 013 and 200ths over. AJ Selleck and Jeff Burdess. Jeff dialed 575. AJ on a 546. Red light for Jeff Burdess. AJ Selleck with a win. And he runs a dead on with a 1 at the end. Chase McKay and Steve Smith are next. Steve with the Pontiac Grand Am down 570. Chase with the Camaro. Romulus, Michigan, in there at a 598. Toothouse separate him, an 027 to an 029. Winner, left lane, Smith by 100. He's 027, one over the dial in. McKay is 029 and one over the dial with an 8 at the end. Smith with a win there. Chevy 2 Nova coming left-hand lane, taking on the Pontiac Trans Am. Aaron Vale of the 636. Left lane 599 dial in. Chevy 2's in, and Aaron Vale bumping forward. Now he's in. Here we go. Green light and a greener light. These two both missed it, but Aaron Vale missed it less. He'll get the win with a 1:08 reaction time. Steve Tennant and Michelle Taylor. Michelle in the left-hand lane to Malibu, Dell 543. Steve Tennant with the Mustang 617. Michelle Taylor with a 007 reaction time on the brakes, and something wrong with Tennant's Mustang, so she'll get an easy win here. Steve Tennant running way over the dial in there. Michelle will be in round 2. Chris Wells and Corey Mikas. The El Camino, 784. Chris in the S10, 635. All door cars have been called here, round 1. All door cars, yellow, red, white, purple. Attention in pits. Double enter dragsters with your second entry. Double enter dragsters with your second entry to the lanes, please. Double enter dragsters with your second entry to the lanes, please. Both drivers out of the gate here. Corey Mikas and Chris Wells on the finish line. Give it to Mikas. The El Camino laying down 6 here in round number 1. He's 003, dead 3. Wells is 26 with no prayer there. Tyler McCurry and Mike Stokes. Stokes with the Dodge Dart, down 582. McCurry, left-hand lane, 634. Again, double entered dragsters. Double entered dragsters with your second entry to the stadium lanes, please. Double entered dragsters. We will take your second entry to the lanes. Red light for Stokes by 12. McCurry with a win. He runs a 3 over 37 on a 34. Kenny Underwood and Terry Bauman. Kenny with the wheel stand and Chevy Camaro in the left-hand lane. Dial 591, and Terry Bauman Chevy 2, dial 645. They'll separate them here. Underwood on the chase. Down the finish line, it'll be Terry Bauman. 024 and 1 over. Kenny is 019 and 5 thou under. Kenny Simpson and Jeff Wissinghausen. Vega Wagon on a 572. The Nova on a 595. Red light by 007 for Simpson. Wistinghausen will advance for the Vega Wagon. And he runs a 71.9 on a 72. Ricky Adkins, right-hand lane, 587. Todd Schmitz, left-hand lane, down 606. A red light by 004 for Adkins, so Todd and his 69 Chevrolet going to advance on a 606. He runs a 607. Joe Samolek going to take on Brett McKay. McKay made it all the way to the semifinal round last night in the 50 with a truck down 643. Samolek with a Gia, Advance Auto Parts down 552. Double enter dragsters with your second entry to the lanes. Down the finish line here, win light going, left lane, Joe Samolek, 038, 2 over. Takes out last night's semifinalist here in round number 1, Brett McKay, 0-12 and 5 thou under. Brett took a little too much stripe down there. Anybody in the house has a code reader for a computer system on a street-driven car, somebody in the office is looking for a code reader? Finish line, right-hand lane, a 3 over win for Kyle Yeko. Tom Bueller, the Camaro, 616 and 611 for Joel Young's Camaro. No box guy in the left. Tom out of Fort Wayne, Indiana. 2 good-looking Chevy Camaros on the start line right here. Seventh house separate him here on reaction time. Finish line, right lane Bueller. 034 dead 6 by 5 thou. Young is 027 and 100th over the dial in. Jacob Burdess, Corvette Roadster, dial 561, and Donnie Hagar, Clark Lake, Michigan. VP Racing Fuels and A&A Manufacturing Vega 635 dial in. Red light for Donnie Hagar by 008. Burdess advances. He's 024, dead 9. Chris Heminger and Chris Fleener. Chris Heminger and the Olds will be on left-hand lane down 723. Chris Fleener, the Camaro right-hand lane, down 590. So we're down here a minute. We have a broken vehicle down there on the track. We'll go retrieve before we send another pair. We sent our main man, Sam, down there, and we get the vehicle towed around the corner. As we continue on, Chris Heminger, Chris Fleener patiently waiting on the starting line. All right, here we go back at it. 2 Chris is going to run. The Oldsmobile in the Camaro. 590 to a 723. Red light for Fleener by 002. Chris Heminger with the win, 040 and 100th under the dial in. Mike Marcette, Robbie Gervin next. Robbie's S10 Blazer. 622 in the left, Mike Marcette's Dodge Stealth, 550 in the right. Both drivers in and a red light by 007 for Gervin. Marcette is 000 perfect and runs 548 on his 550. 009's a pair here. Crawford and Murray in their Roadsters. Finish line winner. Left-hand lane. Crawford, 009, 2 over. Right lane 009, 3 over the dial in for Larry. Steve Height and John Simone next. 66 Chevy Nova down 599. The Malibu Ugly Betty down 617. A red light for Steve by 005. So John with a win light right here. And a dead on with a 9, 599.9 on a 599. Didn't have the reaction time he wanted, but that don't matter. The win light came on. Ryan Pachaki, his Ford Mustang, going to be in left lane, down in 663. And Jeremy Luce. Luce Motor Sales El Camino, down 682. Ryan Pachaki is near perfect on React right here. And it'll turn into a win light. 001 and 600s over the dial in. Right-hand lane 041 and 700s over the dial in for Jeremy Luce. Craig Skinner and Mike Marchini. Mike in the truck down 650 in the left. Craig in right-hand lane, the Trans Am down 677 in the right. Marchini in control here in a pickup truck. They head to the finish line, and the win light will come on by 9,000 of a second. Marchini with an 016 reaction time. Craig was 075 that time. Tyler Clark, the Luminary handling down 566. Stephen Cole in the wagon down 651. Tyler with a win light right there, a 566 and a 566 with an 017 reaction time. Bernie Vanderplug and Tim Stout. Truck and Chevy 2, 670 to a 589. Finish line winner, left-hand lane Stout. 029 dead 3. Bernie was 012 and then went 5 thou under the dial-in down there. Will Steckley and Cody Martin or Alyssa Martin. 619 in the left. Will Steckley 569 in the right. Final call for double entered dragsters. It's your final call to the stage lanes. Double entered dragsters with your second entry. Final call to the lanes. We are to the end of the line here with the door cars. On the finish line, it'll be Will Steckley, 0.29, and a couple over the dial in for the win. He'll advance. Truck was 0.38 and 3 over the dial in. Jason Jenkins' Mustang and David Lanning's truck, 657 to a 724. Right-hand lane, David Lanning the win there, 0.17 and 15 thou under. Left lane 0.24 and over 400ths under. Ted Dunham and Ray King are next. 5.70 in the right-hand lane, 5.45 in the left-hand lane. So we're getting ready to roll into our double-entered dragsters with their second run here after the pair on the line. So if you're a double-entered dragster, you need to be in the lanes. Ray Kinger in control here, left-hand lane, and he's going to get the win. 0.05 reaction time. Ted Dunham has a 0.81. Here come the double-entered dragsters with their second entry. Derek Gilman and Chelsea Duffy are first. Chelsea's with a 484 in the left lane. Derek's with a 475 in the right lane. Bob Kelly in the left, Kirby McClellan in the right, 427 to a 551. Kelly and McClennan, finish line winner, McClennan, 0.11 and 1 over the dial in. Kirby McClennan with the win light right there. Bob Kelly's 0.35 and 100th over the dial in. Paul Wolf and Rob Lutzke. Rob in right-hand lane, 494. Paul in the left lane, down 505. Down the finish line here, win light going. Paul Wolf, 005, take 009 stripe. To be 1 over for the win. Lutsky is 020 in dead 5. Tintin in the pits. Double entered door cars to the lanes. Double entered door cars to the lane. Both out on green here, separated by 6,000 of a second. Down the finish line, win light going. Left lane, Kosenka by 6 thou. Both of them dead on with a 5. 6 thou separate their reaction time. 6 thou separate them at the finish line. Eric Anderson, Kirk Cheney next. Kirk in the right lane down 490. Eric in left lane down 47. Double entered door cars to the lanes for your second entry. Double entered door cars to the lanes with your second entry. One 100 separate them here. Anderson, Cheney, red line going. Cheney, 010, 1 over with a 0. Eric Anderson's 020, dead 5. Margin of victory, 5 thousandths of a second. Steve Williams and Matt Gramlich. Matt in the left, 509. Steve in the right, 491. Double entered door cars with your second entry to the staging lanes, please. Double entered door cars with your second entry to the staging lanes, please. A red light by 20 for Williams. Matt is 008 green and dead 3. 11 total for Matt Gramlich right there. He'll go to the next round. Jason Jensen and Ryan Sparks. Ryan right lane 445, Jason left lane 467. Double 03 red light for Jason Jensen. Ryan Sparks will advance. 13 green, dead 5. Jensen is 200ths over in 3 red. Zach Unks, Shaheen, Lansing, Michigan, Race Tech car 499, and Scott Hornline, Freeland, Michigan, Dragster Dell 486. Finish line winner, Zach Unks, 013 and 1 over. Scott Hornline's 043 and 1 over. Zach will take that entry to round 2. Trevor Deeks and John Parks. John left hand lane 442. Trevor right lane 456. On the top end will be John Parks running dead on with an 8 at the end, 022 light. Trevor is 053 and 3 thou under. Parks with a win. Mike Newman, left-hand lane. Oakville, Ontario, and Anthony Lane, right-hand lane. Illinois Dragster, 487 to a 481. Mike Newman with a win lie right there. He's 003 and 200ths over. Anthony Lane was 004 and 300ths over. Ernie Goodson, left-hand lane with a 503 dial in. Glenn Sutherland, Indiana undercover car, dialed 487 in right-hand lane. A 3 red light for Glenn Sutherland. Ernie Goodson with a win, 025 and 100th over the dial in. Lane Ledford backing up in the left lane, and Tamara. Cook family drags for right-hand lane out of Ohio, down 486. Lane led for left lane, down 473. Double 06 with 003, winner right lane. 003 dead 8 beats a 006 dead 9. Close drag race. Ryan Pinkelman and John Cook. John in right-hand lane, 463. 514 in left-hand lane for Ryan Pinkelman. Finish line winner, Cook, 006 and 200ths over the dial in. Pinkelman's 021 and 200ths over the dial in. Bailey Ferraro and Don Vincelli will be next. Don on the right, dialed in at 455. Bailey on the left, dialed 439. A 006 red light for Bailey Ferraro. He runs a 437 and a 439. Don Vincelli was 022 and 200ths over. Mike Zednick, right-hand lane, 495, and Nick Ferraro, left-hand lane, 479. 19 red there for Nick Ferraro. Winner in Zednik. And he runs a 493 on a 495 with a no 23 winning reaction time. Taylor Cook and Shannon Poyser. Shannon left lane down 456. Taylor's on a 464. On the finish line, going to be Shannon Poyser, 004, and one over the dial in for the win. Taylor Cook is 011, running 900s over the dial in down there. Maybe something going wrong for Taylor. Justin Daniels and Warren Smith. Warren in left-hand lane, 630. Justin right-hand lane, 529. As we get to our door car side here, Justin the final dragster. Warren Smith and Justin Daniels. Finish line winner Daniels, 016, dead on with a 7. Warren Smith, 026, 100th over the dial in that time. Robbie Gervin going to race Tom Bray, 737 to a 625. Both drivers out identical on reaction time. Finish line will be a dead-on run, 625 to 625. Right-hand lane, 300s over. Gervin with a win. Fred Squires and Mike Kelly out. Kelly with the Mustang. Squires with the Defiance Ohio Nova. Nova the win. Dead on the island. 625 and a 625. 039 winning reaction time. John Hutchinson going back to the water here with his Roadrunner. Shedden, Ontario, Canada, down 660. And Sam Manuel, Adrian, Michigan, 74 Chevy Nova, down 669. A red light for Sam by 003. John going to be the winner in this one. He's 12 on the wrong side himself, but Sam did it first. Hutchinson advances. Dustin Loynes and James Vanderbroek on the sideline. The Chevrolet Chevelle on a 611. Dustin, the no-box driver in the left-hand lane, down 588. Both drivers out. Identical reaction times here. Finish line winner, left lane. 0.14 dead 6 beats an 0.14 hundredth over the dial in. Loins advances by 4 thou. Chris Wells and Ricky Adkins. Adkins the GTO down 588. Wells the S10 down 633. Chris Wells in the S10 truck, Kalamazoo, Michigan. Ricky Adkins from Milan, Michigan. 68 GTO. Down the finish line, winner going truck. 0.29 dead 2 for Chris Wells. He will advance. Adkins is dead on the dial in, but did not have the reaction time he wanted there. Chris G. in right-hand lane, taking the Brown Boys Racing Chevrolet Monte Carlo in left-hand lane. Vance Brown, 554 and 552 dial-ins. Finish line winner will be right-hand lane Chris G. By 0.05 of a second. He's 0.38 dead 7. 0.22 and a couple hundredths over for Vance. Joe Bauman's Camaro taking on Skylar Druzel's Mobile Calais. 587 to a 619. Win line for the left-hand lane, Joe Bauman, dead on with a 1 at the end with an 0.24. Skyler is 0.30 and 2 hundredths over his dial-in. Steve Mikas and Jeff Sanchez. Jeff Chevy 2 on a 627. Steve's Rally Nova on a 588. Win line for Steve Mikas. 0.10, take 005 stripe to be 2 hundredths over the dial-in. Sanchez is 0.41 and 5 thou under his dial-in. Kenny Simpson and Doug Heinisch. Doug in right-hand lane, 541. Kenny left lane down 597. The red light for Simpson by 008. Doug Heinisch will get a win ticket down there with a 1 over 542 run. 020 winning reaction time. Ken Atherton and Frank Piltz. Frank's Nova down 606. Ken's Willys and right lane down 555. Down the finish line here, win light right-hand lane. Ken Atherton. 013, 11 over the dial in. Frank had a little issue on the let go. Cody Height and Nolan Blanchard. Monte Carlo 628. Height, it's Monte Carlo left lane 605. Working our way through our double entered door cars. The end of round number 1. This is our last group. Double entered door cars with their second entry on the track right now. Finish line winner, right-hand lane, Nolan Blanchard, 017 and 200 over the dial in. Cody's 045 and 8 thou under the dial in. Aaron Vale, Trans Am right-hand lane, 637 and D. Gibbons truck, 624. Wheels up here, truck on the chase for the Trans Am. Truck does it. 002, take 006 to be 200s over the dial in. Aaron Vale is 027, dead 7. Runner up in that pair. Kyle Kidder and Jimmy Francisco. Chevy Nova in the left-hand lane, dealt 565, and Kyle Kidder's Camaro right-hand lane, dealt 679. A red light for Kyle Kidder. Francisco will advance with this entry, running dead on the dial in with an 021 reaction time. Tom Bueller and Pete Brown next. Monte Carlo down 532. The Camaro's on a 616. Tom and Pete down the finish line, win line going. Pete, 018, dead 8. Tom is 015, 100th over the dial in, makes the margin of victory 2,000ths of a second for Pete Brown. Kenny Underwood in right-hand lane, Fortville, Indiana, Chevrolet Camaro. Sean Carver's Camaro left-hand lane, dealt 562. Underwood, 593. Identical 008 reaction times. Winlight Underwood taking 100 strike to be 200ths over. Carver is 300ths over. They were both 008. Kip Burkhart and Chase McKay. Kip left lane 618. Chase right side Camaro 599. Winlight Chase McKay, 016 and 100th over the dial in. Kip is 085 and 400s under the dial in. Jason Hemmerline and Jim Davis. Jim left lane 649. Jason right lane 541. Matt Davis and Jason Hemmerline. Finish line winner. Hemmerline, 002, dead 3-5 total. Davis is 16 green and 400s under. Nate Alexander, right hand lane. Chevy Vega and Wes May, left lane, Buick Regal. 668 to a 614. Red light for Alexander. Wes May with a win. He goes 17 green. Runs a 6.66 on his 6.68 dial in. He'll advance. Nate turned it 49 red. Travis Colangelo, 5.52 dial in with a Chevy 2 and 5.12 for Chuck Ridenauer's Corvette Roadster. Finish line here, Travis, 017, 3 thou under. Chuck, 030, 6 thou under. Jeff Burdess and Jeremy Luce are going to run next. Jeremy right-hand lane down 688. And Jeff with the station wagon on the left-hand lane down 580. We need our no box 16 for round 2 of eliminations to the state of lanes. Our no box 16, round 2 to the lanes. A red light for Jeremy Lewis, so Jeff Burdess with a win. 011 and 500s under the dial in. Bernie Vanderplug and Tyler McCurry. Tyler 633. Bernie 587. Once again, the round 2 of our no box 16 to the lanes, please. Round 2, no box 16 to lanes for matchups to the back of the lanes. Round 2, no box 16 to the lanes. Both drivers in. Here we go. Tree down. Green light. Green light. Slight advantage. Went to the left-hand lane here. Windlight going to go to the right-hand lane here. Bernie's 022 and 100th over. Left lane McCurry 008 and 500s over the dial left-hand lane. Craig Skinner and Dave Lorenz. Dave in left-hand lane down 554. Craig in right-hand lane down 677. No box 16 to the lanes. The no box 16 to the state of lanes, please. Round 2. No boxers to the lanes, please. .200 separate them here. Finish line, win line going. Lorenz, 556 on a 554. 042 winning light. Craig was 064 and 2 over in the right-hand lane. Gary Williams and Michelle Taylor. Michelle on the left, L543. Gary in the right, L575. Looking for our no box 16 to the lanes. No box 16 to the stadium lanes. Round 2. Both drivers in. Here we go. Tree down. Williams is out. Taylor is out. Down the finish line. Winner Williams. 017 and 100th over the dial in. He will advance with that entry. Chevy 2 getting held up here. Something's going on. Chevy 2 in left-hand lane with a 601 dial in. Right lane, Brett McKay with a 644 dial in. Good catch, crew. A red light by 13 for the Chevy 2. 10 green light right-hand lane for the S10. 645 and a 644 for McKay. Ugly Betty Malibu, Steve Height, and Corey Micas El Camino, 785 to a 617. No box 16 to the lanes. No box 16 to the lanes. We need you bad. A red light by 16 for Corey Micas. Steve Height is 26 green and a win light. Right-hand side, a 2 under 615 run, 110. Height will advance with that entry. Jim Martin and Scott Erickson. Erickson will be in right-hand lane down 556. Martin in left-hand lane down 652. Couple 69 Chevrolet Camaros. Camaro with a win light there. Jim Martin, a red light for Scott Erickson. A 52 green and a 1 over for Martin. Jeremy Johnson, left-hand lane to Malibu, and Tamara Simone. The Chevy 2, 597, 652 for the Malibu. Both out on green lights here. Down the finish line, it'll be a win for Johnson. He was holding 500ths advantage on reacts. That helped him get the win right there. Tim Stout in left-hand lane, the truck down 670, and Stephen Perquette, the Regal down 661. All right, listen up to pits. Listen up to pit area. Dragsters, yellow, red, and white for round 2. Yellow, red, and white for round 2 to the lanes. Dragsters. Here we go. Both drivers in here. Lisa Adkins, back to the office, please. Tim Stout gets the win right there. 675 on a 670 with an 0:23 reaction time. Once again, Lisa Adkins, can you go back to the office, please? Steve Tennant's Mustang and Mark Daniels' Camaro here. 635 and 619 dial in. So dragsters for round 2. Yellow, red, and white have been called. Yellow run stickers, red run stickers, white run stickers on the dragster side to the lanes for round 2 of eliminations, please. Both out on green lights here. Daniels and Tennant down the finish line. Win light going. Daniels, 009, 6 over the dial in. Continuing to struggle with the Mustang. Something not exactly kosher. Lucky Larry, going to race Dave Marchini. David was sitting on the buy run, the green SN truck. He's dialed in here at 648. He's not going to get the buy run. Even number of cars. Lucky Larry going to try and take him out here. The Mustang Roadster dealt 581. David wins this one. He'll hang on to that right for the buy run in round 2. And he rolls right through the beams. Oh, no. Sat there that whole time, and the truck never held. So we'll have to draw a new buy run, or actually not draw. It's the best reaction time. Lucky Larry is dead on the dial-in. 581 on a 581, 117. And round number 1 is in the books. Our 16-car no-box field is in the lanes. We have called dragster side yellow, red, and white run stickers for round 2. Yellow, red, and white stickers for round 2 of eliminations. To the stage lanes, please. We'll do a little touch-up work. Start up with round number 2. So once again on the dragster side, yellow, red, and white for round 2. Yellow, red, and white for round 2 to the staging lanes. Yellow, red, and white for round 2 to the lanes, please. The buy run for round number 2. The buy run for round number 2. C5JX. Connor Jensen, you are sitting on the buy run for round 2. Stay to the back of the pack. Connor Jensen, C5JX. You are sitting on the buy run. Here we go, round number 2 on the no box side. Ives Boudry and Warren Smith. Warren's Righteous Ride Ford Mustang down 631. Ives Boudry, the Skidoo out of Azilda, Ontario, Canada, left lane down 620. The start of round number 2 of eliminations here. Our no box side. Both out in green lights. The snowmobile holding a slight advantage here. Finish line winner. Snowmobile 025 dead 1 beats an 061 1 over. Ives Boudry will go to the round of 8 on the no box side. Brett Williamson and Jason Mikula. Jason Chevy 2 right-hand lane down on a 608, and Williamson's 57 Chevy 588. Both drivers, here we go. They're in the beams. They're out on green lights. 5 thou separate them here in round number 2. Williamson and Mikula. Winner, Mikula. 0-12. Take 3 thou at the finish line to be 1 over the dial in. Williamson's 0-17. 89 on an 88. Mikula will advance. Jeff Jaquish and Joel Young. Joel in the Chevrolet Camaro, North Branch, Michigan, down 610, and Jeff Jaquish out of Racine, Wisconsin, Chevy S10 with a 599. Both drivers in. Here we go. Tree down. They're both out. They're both green. Young holds a couple hundredths advantage in the left lane. And he nails the dial in dead on 9. 033 dead 9. Beats an 057 dead 2. Young advances to the round of 8. Danny Angel and Clint Bailey. Clinton right hand lane down 674. Danny, the Ford Mustang, down 631. Win light in the left-hand lane if the red light for Clint Bailey. Nate Alexander, Howard City, Vega on the right-hand lane, down 616. And Todd Schmitz, left-hand lane, 69 Chevy Camaro, down 607. Todd Schmitz and Nate Alexander here. 607, 616 dial-ins. Tree down, red light for Nate by 11. Todd will advance with a negative 069 green light and run a 1 over 608 on a 607. Nate is dead on with a 1 at the end, but turned on the red light first. Jake Huntington and Jordan Mikula. The Roadmaster, 723 in the right. Mikula's Dodge Dakota, 662 in the left. Both drivers in. Here we go. Tree down. Green light, red light. Huntington will advance with a Roadmaster at 002 red light for Mikula. 725 on a 723 dial in. Larry Gramlich, the S10 truck down into 636. Going to race Donnie Hagar. Clark Lake, Michigan, Vega down 635. 100. Separate him on dial in. Scotty Taylor, can you go back to the office, please? Scotty Taylor, back to the office, please. Both drivers in. Here we go. Tree down. They're both out. They're both green. 2 thou separate them. 008 to an 010. Finish line winner. Left lane. 008 dead 7 for Hagar. Larry's 010 and 100th over the dial in. Chris Hemminger's Oldsmobile, the bye run of the round. 722 dial in. He'll go to the round of 8 cars. Chris was a winner out here Friday night. It had nothing to do with race cars, though. He won the 50-50 drawing. That was about $1,200 if I remember right, $1,200. He's 025 here on the bye run and runs a 724. He'll be back around in round number 3 on the no box side. Here we go with the Dragster box side, round 2. 3-run sticker's been called, and they are starting to bring them out of the shade lanes here. Yellow, red, and white all have been called here for round 2. Anthony Lane and Jason Preston going to be the first pair here. Jason Rahan Lane out of Six Lakes, Michigan. 479 dial in. Anthony Lane out of Fulton, Illinois. 490 dial on the left-hand side. Both drivers in. Anthony Lane and Jason Preston, they're out. A couple hundred separate them. Anthony is 3 over with an 031. Jason, the win light, 013 and 1 over. He will advance. Taylor Cook and Chelsea Duffy. Chelsea's 486. Taylor's 466. One thou separate them here. Taylor Cook, Chelsea Duffy, winner. Chelsea Duffy dead on with a 1 at the end. 011 reaction time. Taylor Cook is 012. Dead on with a 5. 5 thou. Margin of victory. Miss Duffy will go to round 3. Rob Lutsky and AJ Kosenka. Kosenka in the left-hand lane down 478. Lutsky in the right-hand lane down 494. On the finish line, win light going left-hand lane. AJ Kosenka by 003s, 016, 2 over. Lutsky's 015, 3 over the dial in. Margin of victory, 3 thou. Troy Williams Jr. left-hand lane. The FTI Dragster dial 471. And Steve Williams right-hand lane 492 for the Macomb, Michigan Spitzer car. Both drivers 00. It is Williams 004 and 1 over for the win. Williams 006 and 1 thou under for the loss. Taking 14 stripe. Had to take 13 or less to get the win light to come on. Derek Gilman and Eric Anderson. Eric in left-hand lane, Wisconsin car down 47. Derek Gilman right lane down 476. We're going to put out the call for our final color in the dragster side. Purple, yellow, red, white, purple have all been called now. Yellow, red, white, purple for round 2. All of round 2, dragsters, y'all have been called. Both drivers in here, Gilman and Anderson, tree down, green lights a pair. A little more than 100 separate them. And Gilman with a win, 012, 200s over. Eric Anderson's 026, 200s over. Gilman with a win. This will be Jeff Gilman and Ernie Goodson. Ernie left-hand lane down 504. Jeff right lane down 454. Half a second separate them on dial in. Concession stands open. You need to grab yourself some chicken strips or some French fries or some ice cream. They are opened up. Fuel building's open. Both drivers getting them ready here. Ernie Goodson and Jeff Gilman. Here we go. Both out and they're both green. They're identical. Finish line, Gilman, 032, 1 over with a 5. Ernie, 032, 1 over with a 7. 2 thou, margin of victory for Gilman. Jason Jensen in the right-hand lane here, 469 dial in, and Zach Unks in left-hand lane, 5 flat dial in. All colors have been called on the dragster side here for round 2. All colors, yellow, red, white, and purple. Finish line winner, right lane Jensen. 030 and 1 over. Beats an 033 and 2 over the dial in. Jensen advances with that entry. John Parks and Don Vincelli. 442 for the Ultratech car, left-hand lane. The American car in right-hand lane down 457. Donovan is line here. Give it to the right-hand lane. Don Vincelli, 012 and 100th over. John's 004 and 200ths over. Maybe giving it back down there to Don Vincelli, so he will get the win light in the right lane. Kirk Cheney and Ryan Pinkelman. Ryan's dialed 515 in the left. Kirk's dialed 491 in the right. Both drivers in. Christmas tree fires. Cheney is perfect reaction time and gets the win. 000 perfect, taking 004 stripe for Kirk Cheney. That'll do it, I'm going to say, just about every time. Pinkelman's 13 and 1 over for the loss. Lane Ledford and Cook Racing Dragster and Rahan Lane down on a 487, 474 for Lane Ledford left side. Both drivers in. Here we go. 3 down. They're both out. They're both green. 4th out separate them. Down the finish line. Winner left lane. 021 dead 8. Cook got there first and went 2th out under, running 486.8 on a 487. John Cook and Mike Newman. 482 and 463 dial-ins. All colors here for round 2 of Dragsters have been called. All colors for round 2 of Dragsters have been called. They're both green here. Newman and Cook. Winner, Cook. 008, 100th over, taking 1 thou stripe down there. John Cook advances. Newman is 019, dead 8. Devin Payton and Lisa Bowes. Lisa right lane 481. Devin left lane 479. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Yellow and red run sticker door cars. Yellow and red run sticker door cars for round 2 of eliminations to the lanes. Finish line winner, Peyton. 008, 100th over, taking 4 stripe. Lisa is dead on with an egg. 022 reaction time, not good enough that time. So yellow and red door car, yellow and red sticker door cars to the lanes, yellow and red sticker door cars lanes, round 2 of eliminations. Trevor Deeks and Bailey Ferraro. Trevor purging up the nitrous on the Canada-American dragster, 456. Bailey left-hand lane, 439. The Scotty Taylor Motorsports dragster. Line here, it'll be a win in the left-hand lane. Ferraro, 020, 200s over. Trevor is 300s under, down there spraying it to get there, but he had an 042 reaction time, and that won't work on that little formula he was working down there. Gary Williams and Shannon Poyser. Shannon right-hand lane down 456. Gary with a 462. So again, door cars, yellow and red, yellow and red to the lanes. A red light by 006 for Shannon. Gary going to get the win. 003 The burnouts are getting bigger for the Squires boys that are in left-hand lane. Williams is 003 and 200 under for the win. Eric Squires, the Ohio supercharged top alcohol dragster, down 437, taking on Ryan Sparks dragster. Brittany Ulmer sitting behind the wheel, 443 dial in. Both out on green lights here. Finish line, winner, Ulmer, 005, 1 over for the win. Squires is 015, way over down there. Mike Zednick and Nick Ferraro. Nick in the left-hand lane. I'm not so sure these may have ran already earlier today. Fort Lauderdale, Florida driver in the left lane, dialed in at 480. Mike in the right lane, dialed 494. Getting on the door car side, yellow and red. Yellow and red have been called for round 2 of eliminations, please. Two thou separate him here. Finish line, winner, right lane Zednick. 494 on a 494 by 0.02 of a second. Mike Zednick advances with that entry. Ferraro is 018 and 1 over in the left lane. Matt Gramlich and Steve Smith are going to run next. Matt in the left lane down on the 509. Steve in right lane down 468. 'Identical reaction times here. Finish line, win light, Smith. 019 dead 2 beats an 019 200s over. So Steve Smith with a win light. Maddie McCormick and Larry Gramlich next. Larry left-hand lane down 476. Maddie right lane 450. Larry in, Maddie's in. Here we go. Christmas tree fires. Both out. 3 thou separate them. Winner, Larry. 021, 1 over, taking 4 thou stripe. Maddie's 018, 1 over in a good drag race. 4 thousandths, the margin of victory. Carly Duffy and Glenn Sutherland. 487 for Glenn. Carly's on a 521. Three thou separate them here. Carly and Glenn. Win light going. Glenn. 022, dead 4. Carly's 019, 100th over the dial in. Margin of victory at finish line was 7 thousandths of a second, 007 stripe. So Bob Kelly in left-hand lane down to 552. Kalen Smith on a 463. Red light by 14 for Kelly. Caitlin with a win. 009 reaction time. Ian runs a 61 on a 63, holding a couple hundreds. Tyler Trailout and Scott Hornline. Scott in the right, Tyler in the left. 568, 487 dial ends. Uptown Racing Dragster out of Canada, taking on the Hornline Family Dragster out of Freeland, Michigan. Both drivers in, tree down, tree fires, 35 to a 19. Hornline with advantage, finish line, Hornline. 019, 2 over. He's an 035, 3 over. Chris Goebel, big burn out in the right lane. And Will Crawford left lane, 444s a pair. Bunch of 4s on the scoreboard down there. Identical dial-ins here. 444 to a 444. Will Crawford and Chris Goebel. On the finish line, it will be Goebel, 001, 2 over. Crawford, 015 and 300ths over the dial-in. Goebel advances. Justin Daniels and Mark Howard. Mark in the left, down 480. Justin right, down 529. Mark Howard got some work to do here. Not going to happen. Justin is 005, 100th over. Mark's dead 4, but had an 038. Jeff Sanchez and Nick Lakeys. Nick in the right-hand lane, Mullis car 504. Jeff Sanchez. Beautiful Chevy 2 Nova, dialed 627. 3 thou separate him here. Door car and Dragster, finish line winner. Dragster 019, take 004 stripe to be 1 over the dial in. Sanchez is 016 and 200ths over the dial in. Joe Bauman's Camaro and Travis Milliman's Cavalier, 606 and 619 dial ins. Kyle Kidder, the winner in the last fair, 005, and 1 over the dial in. Brown was 56 and 2 thou under. Vance Brown next, and Andy Wingo. Andy's Fiero, Del 571. Vance, Monte Carlo left lane, Del 555. Tree coming down at a red light for Andy Wingo. Vance Brown will win this one, and on the 555, he runs a 555 with a 0. Vance will be in round 3. Dustin Loynt and AJ Selleck. Beretta's on a 547. Dustin and left-hand lane of Pontiac on a 587. Down top end, win light going Loins. 015 dead 5. Selleck is 041 dead 5. Loins with a win. Wes May and Doug Heinich. Heinich in right lane, the Corvette down 542. West left-hand lane. Indiana Buick Regal down 668. Finish line winner, Wes. 017 taking 7 thou strike to be 2 over. Doug's 035 and 1 over. Troy Williams and Jeff Alexander. Pickup truck for Troy, 572. Jeff in the Monza, 603. Both drivers double O here. Finish line, it'll go right lane. Jeff Alexander taking out Troy Williams here in round number 2 by 3 thou. Jeff is 001 and 12 thou under. Troy is 007 and 15 thou under. Margin of victory 3 thou for Jeff Alexander. Tom Bray's Chevrolet Camaro and Jimmy Francisco's Nova. Jimmy on a 566, Tom on a 741. Jimmy chasing on the Camaro with his Nova, finish line winner. Jimmy, 028 dead 3. Tom Bray had a better reaction time in 019, but took too much finish line down there, going 300ths under the dial-in. Larry Murray, the Cobra Jet Mustang, down 581. And John Hutchinson, Roadrunner, down 660 in the left. Hutchinson and Mireille down to the finish line here. Give it to Lucky Larry. 003, dead 710 total for Larry. Kip Burkhart in the left-hand lane take on Ricky Adkins in the GTO. 589 to the right, 618 in the left for the CUDA. Kip Burkhart, Ricky Adkins, finish line winner, Adkins. 042 dead 1, beats a 006, 500ths under for Burkhart. Louis Taylor, a hand lane, Lewisburg, Tennessee, 576, and Jason Hicks, Oldsmobile, 692. Attention in the pits, attention to pit area. White and purple run stickers on the door car side for round 2. White and purple, both those two colors for round 2 on the door car side to the lanes, please. Finish line here, Louis Taylor, 040 and 1 over for the win for Taylor. Jason is 056 and 1 over. Runner up on that pair. D. Gibbons and Chris G. Chris in the right, 552. D in the left, 624. So we have called all 4 colors here. Round 2 door cars, yellow, red, white, and purple have been called. Red light for Chris G there. D. Gibbons for the win. Chris Rasmussen to the fuel building, please. Chris Rasmussen to the fuel building, please. Bernie Vanderplug and Kenny Underwood. Kenny in the left, 593. Bernie in the right, 588. 500 separate him. Underwood's Camaro will leave first. A red light for Bernie by 009. Underwood's 002 green of the Camaro, and he lays down a 589 on the 593. Bernie is 100th under and 9 red. Andy Colvin and Dave Lorenz. Little red left-hand lane on a 554. The Mustang for Andy down 616. The winner in the left-hand lane for Dave Lorenz. He's dead on with a 7 at the end. Negative 004 green light. Andy turned it way red. He went dead 4, but went negative 355. Bob DeCheney, the Malibu, 581, and John Bose, Corvette, 604. A red light for John Bose and a Bob DeCheney green light, negative 008, dead 9 win for DeCheney. He'll go to round number 3. Travis Mardlin and Frank Piltz. Frank in the left, 608. Travis in right, 710. It's going to be called all 4 run colors here at round 2 of door car: yellow, red, white, and purple. Frank with about a 10th advantage here on React, and he'll get the win. 026 and 4 over. Travis is 125 and dead 6. Shelby Hoffmeyer. Shelby Nelkin in the right-hand lane, Dell 604. Aaron McCullough in the left-hand lane, Dell 636. Here we go, tree down. They're out. They're both green. McCullough with a slight finish line winner. McCullough. 003 stripe to be 2 over. Shelby 024. 024 and 1 over in right-hand lane. Chase McKay, the Camaro, 601. Sean Carver's white Camaro in left-hand lane, 81 Camaro, 563. Carver and McKay, finish line Carver. 010 and dead 4. 14 total for Sean Carver. Chase's 023 reaction time. Dead on with a 3. Steve Mikas and Chuck Ridenauer. Chuck in the Corvette Roadster, Del 512. Steve in the Nova, Del 590. Win light going for Chuck in the left-hand lane. Corvette Roasters 021, dead 3 to be 3,000 in front at the finish line. Micah's was 006 and 200ths over. Aaron Vale and Randy Whitaker. Randy in the left-hand lane, 664. Aaron in the right-hand lane, down 637. Aaron Vale, 022, dead on with an 8. He'll be the winner. Randy turned it way red. Nolan Blanchard and Jared Ledford. Camaro, left-hand lane down 654. The Monte Carlo, right lane down 631. One thou separate him here. Jared Ledford, Nolan Blanchard down the finish line. Winner going. Ledford dead on with a 9 at the end. Nolan got there first. 009 and went 14 thou under the dial in. Jared dead on with a 9 at the end. We'll go to round 3. Eric Squires and Jim Martin. 69 Chevy Camaro up against a Chevrolet Nova out of Defiance, Ohio. 633 to a 653. A red light by 002 for Squires, so Martin will get the win light here. And he runs a 52 with a 6 on a 53. Mark Daniels and Jason Hemmerline. Jason right-hand lane, 541. Mark left-hand lane, 639. Finish line here, it'll be Hemmerline, 023, dead 5. Daniels is 027 and 5 thou under, taking 6 thou stripe. Needed to take nothing down there to get the win light to come on. Jeff Burdess and Chantel Lorenz. Chantel purging up the nitrous over here with her Camaro, 604. Jeff's Malibu wagon down 578. So a win in the left-hand lane, Jeff Burdess, an 028. Chantel's 013 and moving slowly down through there. Something going wrong. We're getting the dial-ins back here in the burn box. Steve Smith and Tom Bueller. Steve in the left-hand lane will dial 571. Tom in the right lane dial 617. Down the finish line here, a win line in the left-hand lane. Tom Bueller turned it red on the starting line right-hand side. Smith is 024 and a couple under the dial in. Todd Schmidt's left-hand lane, the 69 Chevy Camaro, taking on the Camaro out of Canada right-hand lane. The Uptown Racing team down 554. And right hand lane up 556 and a 554 with an 017 reaction time. The Camaro will be back for the next round. Danny Angel left hand lane. The Ford Mustang dialed in at 629. And Jeff Westinghausen, Vegas station wagon dialed 573. Both out on green lights here, Danny Angel and Jeff Westinghausen. Win light, Danny Angel, 007, 100th over the dial, and Westinghausen got there first. He's 027, breaking out 9 thou, taking the stripe by 2, but reaction time cost him on that one. Robbie Gervin and Kyle Yacko. Dodge Daytona down 671 out of Trenton, Michigan. Robbie from Brethren, Michigan, 86 S10 Blazer, 625. Attention in the pits, attention in the pit area. Double enter dragsters with your second entry. Double enter dragsters, your turn. We'll take you to the lanes. Double enter dragsters to the lanes. Yacko with a win there. Gervin turned it red. Double enter dragsters with your second entry to the stadium lanes, please. Kenny Simpson and Mike Stokes going to run. Stokes with the Dodge Dart in right-hand lane, dealt 582. Simpson in left-hand lane, the Nova dealt 620. .003 red light for Mike Stokes. Kenny Simpson will advance with this entry, running a 618 and a 620. Mike is dead on with a 6 at the end, but had a .003 red light. Chris Wells in left-hand lane taking on Skylar Drews. Skylar's dialed 590. It's like Larson doing the crew chief in today. Chris in the left-hand lane, the S10 down at 633. Wells and Drews, 633 and 590. Winner, Drews. 012 taking 4 stripe to be 200ths over the dial-in. Wells is 005 and 100th over the dial-in in left-hand lane. 300ths over the dial-in left-hand lane. Drews with a win. Shelly Elrod and Mike Marchini. Marchini in the truck, 651. Shelly in the Chevy 2, 601. Double enter dragsters with your second entry to the stadium lanes. Finish line winner, Marchini, 002, dead 4. Shelley is 029 and 4 over. Marchini with a 6-pack. Chris Heminger and Mike Marcette. Mike in the Stealth dialed in at 548. Chris in the left-hand lane, the Oldsmobile at 724. Red light for Heminger. Win light Marcet. He's 005. And he will run a dead 6, 11 pack for Marcet. Jeff Jaquish and Joe Samalik. The Gia down 555. The truck down 6 flat. Ten red light for Jaquish, so Joe Samalik will go to round 3 with a Gia, and he runs up 54 and a 55. 10 red light and a 100th over for Jaquish. Jason Jenkins and Terry Bauman going to run next. Terry's out 645 with a Chevy 2. Jason's Mustang 720 in the left. Down the finish line here, it'll be Terry Bauman, 027 and 5 over for the win. Jenkins is 021 and 9 over in the left-hand lane. Warren Smith and Dustin Cesaro. Dustin down 670, Warren on a 630. Finish line winner, Cesaro, 010 dead 313 total. Warren is 065 and 4th out under. Thomas Whitaker, Brett McKay next. Brett in right lane, 647 on the truck. Thomas Camaro, 533 dial in. We have called the double-enter dragsters to the lanes. Round 2 of the double-enter dragsters to the lanes. Green light, Whitaker and McKay. Win light, Whitaker. McKay's 027, then goes 200s under the dial-in. Whitaker's 009 and 200s over the dial-in. Whitaker with a win. Tyler McCurry and Corey Mikas. So El Camino down 787. McCurry in the left-hand lane. The Oldsmobile down 638. Three fouls separate him on React. Finish line winner, El Camino, 027 and 1 over the dial-in for the win. The Oldsmobile 024 and 12 over for the loss. Michelle Taylor's Malibu and Steve Height's Malibu. Ugly Betty in the right, beautiful Betty in the left. 545 to a 616. A red light for Michelle Taylor. Steve High with a win. 0-14. Dead 7. 21 total. Michelle's under by 7 thou and red by 5 thou. Ray Kinger and John Simone. The Novidel 601. Big Ray in the Camaro 548. Red light for Simone, win light for Big Ray. Camaro on a 548, puts up a 551. Simone's a 100th over, but turned it 22 red. Ryan Pachaki going to take on the Undertaker Camaro in the left-hand lane of Scott Erickson. 558 to a 665. Final call for our double-enter dragsters with your second entry to the lanes. Final call, double-enter dragsters. We need you in the lanes right now. Pachaki and Erickson, finish line winner. Pachaki, 011, 100th over the dial-in for the win. Camaro 029, 100th over for runner-up on that pair. Jeremy Lewis and Tyler Clark. Tyler in the right lane, 568. Jeremy in the left lane, 689. Jeremy Lewis and Tyler Clark. Clark, 015 and 100th over for the win. Jeremy's 040 and 400ths over for runner-up on that pair. Will Steckley in right-hand lane, the Charger, 571, and Ken Atherton in left-hand lane, 557. The Willies. Both out on green lights here, about 100 separate them. Finish line winner, Steckley. 044 and 100th over. Ken is 053 and 400ths over. Jeremy Johnson roll up with the Malibu. Right-hand lane, 654 and 611 for Joel Young's Camaro. Finish line, win light. Joel Young, 017, taking 100 stripe to be one over with a 6. Jeremy is 041, dead 3 for the loss. Ted Dunham and David Lanning. Lanning in left-hand lane, down 657 of the truck. Ted Dunham in right-hand lane, down 571 of the Pontiac. Attention into pits. Double entered door cars. Back to lanes with your second entry. Double entered door cars. Back to lanes with your second entry. A win for Lanning, 020 dead 7, taking 4th out stripe. David Lanning advances. Dunham's 039 and 100th under the dial N. So double entered door cars. Double entered door cars lead your second entry back to the lanes, please. Will Crawford and Tim Stout. Tim in right-hand lane, dialed in 671. Will in the left-hand lane, going to dial in at 522. Final pair of door cars here in round 2. Green light, 5 thou separate them. Good race here. Stout and Crawford. Win light. Crawford, 10, dead 2, taking 6 thou stripe. Stout is 005 and 100th over in the S10. Will Crawford advances with a roadster right there. We have called double entered door cars. Double entered door cars to the lanes. Double entered door cars to the lanes. Kirk Cheney and Paul Wolf going to run here. Paul left lane down 506. Kirk right lane down 491. Paul Wolf and Kirk Cheney as we start our double entered dragster round here. This is the second entry for all these drivers. 506 to a 491. One thou separate them. Win light left lane Paul Wolf. 011 takes 6 thou stripe to be one over with a 6. Cheney is 010 and 200ths over his dial in the right hand lane. Kirby McLennan and AJ Kosenka, a rematch from earlier. AJ left hand lane down 479. Kirby 428 dial in. AJ got the best of Kirby during first round of eliminations. Going to run each other here again in round 2. Kirby finally turned into a human being. Kirby with a 001 red light. We couldn't figure out how Kirby could have like 7 triple O's and not one 001 red. It finally happened here on Sunday. Kosenka's 004 green, but Kirby McLennan, maybe the news of the event, went 001 red. Don Vincelli, yeah, probably the computer figured it out wrong. It was supposed to be triple O. Don Vincelli, right-hand lane, the dragster down 458. Jordan Lichanowski, the Duffy girls, Jordan Lichanowski. We got a wrong car number in here. The Duffy girls dragster in the left-hand lane down under 485. A red light for Vincelli on the top yellow here. I think he rolled out of the beam or broke the beam. The Duffys with a win light. I'm still in shock that Kirby had a 001 red. Mike Ferraro left-hand lane, the Florida car Del 480, and John Cook right-hand lane, Ohio dragster Del 465. So double entered door cars should be heading into the city lanes. Double entered door cars should be heading into the city lanes. With your second entry, double entered door cars with your second entry to the lanes. A red light for Ferraro by 6 thou. Right-hand lane, John Cook is 007 dead 6, 13 total for Cook. Ashley Cook and John Parks. John down 443, Ashley's down 486. Final call, double entered door car. Final call, double entered door car with your second entry. Door cars with your second entry to the lanes. Both drivers in here. 3 down. Cook, the winner. John Parks went 2 red in left-hand lane. Ashley Cook's 004 and 100th over the dial in for the win. Lane Ledford and Mike Zednick. Mike dialed 495, Lane dialed 474. Here we go, 3 down, green light, 4th house, separate them. Finish line winner, Zednick. 013 dead 7, beats an 017 dead 9, 6 thousandths margin of victory. Mike Zednick advances with that entry. Taylor Cook and Jason Jensen. Taylor in right lane, 467, Jason in left lane, 469. Win in the left-hand lane there for Jason Jensen, 004 dead 8, 12 total. Taylor Cook, 21 on the let go, so that won't mathematically work out in his favor. Ryan Pinkelman and Derek Gilman. Derek in the right, 477. Ryan in the left, 516. Both drivers in. Green lights a pair. Couple hundred separate them. Finish line, Gilman with a wop wop and a win light. 024 dead 9. Ryan missed it, which is very unusual on the final day. Pinkelman normally a killer on the final day. Well, this will be the end of his entry right here. Gilman advancing. Ryan Sparks, Dragster in right-hand lane. Dialed in at 447, and Zach Unks, Dragster in the left-hand lane. Shaheen sponsorship, dialed in at a 501. .005 to a 006. Finish line. Right lane, Sparks. 006, dead 6, 12 total for Sparks. Unks is 005 and 100th over. Not good enough that time. Anthony Lane, left-hand side dialed 492, and Steve Williams. Same identical dial in the right-hand lane, 492. Both drivers in. Here we go. Anthony Lane and Steve Williams. Finish line, lane. Wop wop and a breakout of the right-hand lane. Williams is 0-14 and 8th thou under, taking 16 stripe. Left-hand lane, Anthony Lane was 0-16, dead 6 for the win. Justin Daniels and Trevor Deeks. Trevor, the London, Ontario, dragster 456. Justin out of Roanoke, Indiana, a Team Muncie Dragway dragster down 529. Attention in the pits, we need our no box 8. Our no box 8 for the quarter final round to the back of the lanes for pairings, please. Three thou separate them. Daniels and Deeks, finish line winner. Deeks, 0-19, take 1 thou stripe to be 13 over. Daniels is 0-16 and 17 over his dial in. Scott Hornline and Matty McCormick. Matty down 452. Scott down 488. We have called the round of 8 on the no box side to the lanes. 8 drivers still in it on the no box side to the back of the lanes for pairings. Three flyers are both out. They're both green. 8 thou separate them here. Win line going. Scott Hornline. 0-14, dead 7. Matty's 0-22, 9 thou under. Jeremy Luce and D. Gibbons. The truck left lane down 624. El Camino on a 691. Red light for D. Gibbons. Win light right-hand lane. I think what happened was D forgot to put the crossover in the delay box. He left the same time the El Camino did, and D forgot to put his opponent's dial in the delay box. Kyle Kidder and Robbie Gervin. Robbie in left-hand lane down 625. Kyle in the Camaro down 678. Both drivers in. Here we go. Green light. Green light. Kyle Kidder 009 or 006 and 1 over for the win. Left lane Robbie Gervin 024 and 6 thou under for the loss. We got a truck down there on the track. We'll be down here for a minute. So it looks like D. Givens down there trying to get the truck going. Send Sam down there to get D around the corner, and we'll continue on here in round number 2 of our double door cars. Here we go back at it. John Hutchinson and Travis Colangelo. The American race cars, Deuce in right-hand lane, Del 553, and John Hutchinson. John's from Shedden, Ontario, Canada. 1969 Roadrunner, Canadell 661. Both drivers in. Here we go. Tree fires. Green light. Green light. Colangelo near perfect. Finish line. Travis. 001. Take 4 stripe to be 11 under. Hutchinson is 20 and 300ths under in the left-hand lane. Andy Wingo. Fierro up against Joe Bauman's Camaro. 618 and 572 dial-ins. Joe Bauman in control here. The Camaro way out in front gets the win. 013 and 300ths over. Andy runs dead on with a 5, but at a 2-2-2 reaction time. Tom Bray and Brett Williamson next. Tom in right lane down 739. Brett in the left lane, the 57 Chevy, 588 dial in. Well, this one's taking a while. Nobody in a hurry to get home here. Brett Williamson and Tom Bray. Now we're in. Tree down. Green light. Green light. Brett got some work to do here. Finish line winner. Bray. 001, dead 1. 2-pack for the Camaro of Tom Bray. Williamson's 19, dead 6. Steve Micas and Dustin Loins. Dustin left-hand lane, Del 588. Steve's Nova Del 590. Micas, Dustin Loins, winner Micas. 16, dead 9, beats a 55 and 1 under for Dustin. Chris G and Frank Piltz. Frank's Nova 608, Chris in the Beretta 550. Both out and both green. 1,000 separate them. Finish line. Right lane, Chris G. 010 and 100th over the dial in. Frank is 009 and about 400ths under. The Rattler coming up. Kenny Underwood, 590 dial in. Chuck Ridenauer's Corvette, 511 dial in. If you ever wondered what color dial-in boards are the worst, the blue ones. They're the worst ones. Very difficult to read the blue dial-in boards. I know your random thought of the day here in the middle of the round, but just throwing it out there. Chuck and Kenny put them in the sage beams. Now we're ready. Wheels up, 6 thou separate them. Finish line, winner, Kenny. 012, take 2 thou stripe to be 200ths over the dial-in. Ridenauer's Corvette, 018, 200ths over the dial-in. Maybe starting to get to the slow down part of the day here a little bit. Jimmy Francisco and Nolan Blanchard. Jimmy's Nova 566, Nolan's Monte Carlo 629. Both out in green lights here. Finish line winner, right lane. Oh, Francisco's 017 dead 5. Nolan right hand lanes 032. Francisco's under by 5 thou. Nolan is dead on in right hand lane for the win. Ricky Adkins 588 dial in, and Fred Squires Nova 625. Red light by 19 for Squires. So Adkins with a win, 008, and a 1 under run. Wes May on the start line and Doug Heinisch here. 543 to a 668 dial in. Wes out in front. Corvette chasing. Finish line dead on. 006 dead 6. 12 total for Heinisch. So he will get the win. Wes was 035 dead 7. We have called. We are going to call round 3 of Dragsters. Not only are we going to call them, we are going to call them. Round 3, all-color Dragsters. Round 3, all-color Dragsters to the state lanes. Round 3, all-color Dragsters to the state lanes, please. Fourth out, separate him here. Finish line winner, Cal Yacco, dead on with a 4. 021 dead 4 for Yacco. Burdess, 9 thou under and 025 in the tree. Michelle Taylor, the Malibu and left-hand lane, Del 545, and Jason Hemmerline's Camaro Del 541. We have called round 3 Dragsters. Round 3 Dragsters to the state of lanes. Round 3 Dragsters to the lanes. The end of the line here on the door car side on round 2. Finishing up with our doubles here. Both out in both green, Michelle and Jason. Win light. Jason. He is 8 dead 9 to be 17 total. Michelle's 15, so she needed to run dead 2, 1, or 0 to get the win light to come on. Didn't happen. Mark Daniels and Gary Williams. The Williams boys may be doubling up on the truck today here. 577 for Gary. Daniels Camaro, 638 in the left. Red light by 13 for Daniels. He shuts it right down. So Williams will advance to the truck, holding 500s right there. Jeremy Johnson and Scott Erickson kind of waiting for Mark to clear the top end here. He's crawling down through there. I do believe he's going to make it without a problem. Erickson right-hand lane, the 69 Camaro down on a 559, and Jeremy's Malibu down 655. A red light for Scott Erickson will take him on a competition. Jeremy Johnson, left-hand lane, runs a dead 2, and he's 032 react. Tim Stout, Corey Micah is going to run next. Tim in the left-hand lane down 672. Corey right side 787. Final pair of the round on the starting line right here. Looks like Connor Jensen going to get his bye run back here. Green light for Micus. Green light for Tim Stout. Finish line winner, Stout. 019, dead 3. Corey got there first. He's 007. Then goes 7th out under, taking 22 stripe. You take 15 or less. Stout with a win. Connor Jensen, the bye run for round 2. The Malibu in left-hand lane on a 607 dial in. Dragsters round 3, you've been called. All colors. Dragsters round 3. We need you in the lanes. Dragsters round 3. We need you in the cedar lanes. All colors. Yellow, red, white, purple run stickers. All colors. .607 dial-in runs a 606.2, 111, and that will do it for round 2. We will do some starting line touch-up, and we will go into our quarter-final round of no box. Coming on next, we have called all colors for dragsters for round 3. So getting ready to go with our 8 cars still in the no box. Final call dragsters should be in the lanes. Final call dragsters for third round of eliminations. If there is a bye run here in round number 3, Kirk Cheney, C5JX, is that right? 5X40. Kirk Cheney. 5X40, Kirk Cheney, you're on the bye run. Jason Mikula and Chris Heminger. Heminger left-hand lane, the Oldsmobile 724. Mikula Chevy 2 down 609. Both out on green lights here. Finish line, win line. Left-hand lane, Heminger. Mikula got down there first. He's 025, taking 26 stripe to be 8th out under. Heminger is 047 and 4th out under. So Chris Heminger and Nicullis go to the final 4. Joel Young in left-hand lane, the Chevrolet Camaro on a 611 dial in, and Todd Schmitz, Camaro right-hand lane, dealt 609. Both out on green lights here. Win light in the left-hand lane, 025 and 5th out under. Young will go to the final 4. Schmitz is 044 and 300ths under. Donnie Hagar, the Vega in left-hand lane, down 635, and Ives Boudry, the Skidoo, trying to get to the final 4. All he's got to do is beat the world champ and the $1 million winner, Donnie Hagar here. 623 and a 635. Donnie turned it red. Hagar, negative 006. The snowmobile will go to the final 4 with a 106 winning reaction time here. Jake Huntington and Danny Angel. The Mustang down on 632. Huntington's Roadmaster 726. Both out on green lights here. Danny Angel, Jake Huntington. The Roadmaster trying to get to the final 4. Nope, breaks it out. Huntington was 013 and then went 500ths under the dial and taken 800 stripe. Danny left-hand lane, 41 green and 1 over. Danny Angel will go to the final 4, and we are getting ready to go into the dragster side here. Round 3, all colors, dragster. Round 3. Here we go. Here we go to the dragster side. Chelsea Duffy and Jason Preston. Chelsea left-hand lane down to 485. Jason dragster down 479. Here we go. Tree coming down, both on the green lights. 2 thous separate them here. Duffy and Preston. Win line going Preston. He is 019, dead 1 to be 6th thou in front at the finish line. Duffy is 017, dead 9. Good run, but not good enough on that one. Troy Williams Jr. in John Cook. 465 in the right. Williams 473 in the left. Friday $10,000 winner, Troy Williams Jr. Attention in the pits. Door cars, all colored door cars for round number 3. All colored door cars, round 3 to the lanes. Finish line here will be Troy Williams, 476 on a 473. He's 013, taking 1 thou stripe in the left-hand lane. Cook is 038, dead 7. Anthony Lane and Caitlin Smith. Anthony in left-hand lane down 492. Caitlin right lane down 463. Once again, we've called all color door cars here in round 3. Red light for Anthony, win light for Caitlin. Devin Payne on left-hand lane with a 480 to Allen. Ashley Cook right-hand lane down 487. One foul separate them on reaction time here. Down the finish line, it'll go right-hand lane. Peyton is 014, taking 004 stripe to be 13th thou under. Ashley Cook is 013, and she is just 8th thou under, so Ashley Cook with the winner. Mike Zednick and Larry Gramlich. Larry left-hand lane down 478. Mike Zednick right-hand lane down 496. AJ Kasank in the diamond car in the left-hand lane, 478 and 446 for Chris Goebel. Finish line is going to be Goebel laying down 11. He's 10 dead 1 in the right-hand lane. Kosenka is 13 and 5 thou under in the left-hand lane. Bailey Ferraro and Derek Gilman going to run right here. 477 in the right-hand lane. 441 for Ferraro in the left-hand lane. Both drivers double O here. Bailey and Derek. Winner Bailey. He is 3 dead 4 to be 7 total. Gilman is 6 on the let go. Had to be dead 1 or dead 0 to win that one, and he is 7 thou under. Ferraro advances. Jason Jensen, left-hand lane, 470 dial in, and Jeff Gilman, right lane down, 455. Finish line winner going left-hand lane. Jason Jensen, 013, takes 6 stripe to be dead 9. Gilman's 018 and 100th over the dial in, running 456 on a 455. Paul Wolf and Trevor Deeks. Trevor in right-hand lane, down 457. Paul's going to dial 507. Both drivers in. Here we go. Green light's a pair. One of them missed it. One light going left-hand lane. Paul Wolf is 018 and 3 thou under. Trevor Deeks is 073 and 4 thou under. Paul Wolf for the win. Brittany Ullman, right-hand lane. 443 dial in. Lane Ledford, left-hand lane. 474 dial in. Both out on green. 4 thou separate them. Finish line winner, right lane. Lane Ledford was 008, taking 14 stripe to be 1 thou under. Brittany was 012, dead 9, and will get the win. Gary Williams and Steve Smith out there right now. Gary left-hand lane, 466 dial in. And he gets the win, nailing it. 008, dead 311 total. Smith is 31 dead 1 for runner-up on that pair. Justin Daniels and Scott Hornline going to run next. Scott in the right, Justin in the left. 529 for Justin. Scott's on a 489 dial in. Just about to the end of our round number 3 of dragsters here. Both drivers in, tree fires, both out on green lights. About 100 separate them. Winner, Daniels. 0-12, dead 9. 21 total. Hornline's 21 react. Needed to be dead 0 to have a chance, and he's more than 100th over his dial in. Nick Lakeys and Glenn Sutherland. Glenn in the left-hand lane, a 487 dial in. Nick will be dialed in at a 505. Finish line, it'll be Nick, 007 dead 6. 13 total, same deal. Sutherland is 13 on the let-go, had to be dead 0 to win. And he's 100th over the dial-in. Don Vincelli, Kenny Simpson. Kenny in the left-hand lane, Del 618. Don in the right-hand lane, the Montreal Dragster Del 458. Don with a win right there. Running 1 over the dial-in. 459. Simpson turned it 4 red. Don was negative 005 behind, but Simpson did it first. Vance Brown and Jim Martin next. Jim on a 652. Vance on a 556 with the Monte Carlo. Brown Boys Racing out of Springport, Michigan. Jim from Grand Ledge, Michigan. Wheels up in the air and a win light for Martin. Vance turned the red light on. Jim Martin advances, running dead on with a 1, 0-11. 12-pack for Jim Martin. Kyle Kidder and Joe Bauman. Chevrolet's Camaro's on the straight line here. Joe's Camaro in the left-hand lane dealt 619. Kyle's Camaro in the right-hand lane dealt 679. Down the finish line, winner, Bauman. 002, dead 4, 6-pack for Joe Bauman right there with the Camaro. Kyle's 031 and did no prayer after Bauman laid down 6. Wes May, Jeremy Luce. The El Camino, 691. Greentown, Indiana Regal, 668. Winner going to be West May, 015, a couple under. Jeremy's 071 and 500s under. Jeff Alexander, Ray Lane, down 602. Dustin Loins, 588 with a Pontiac. Rolling through our round number 3 of door cars right now. Loins and Alexander here. Both drivers in. Here we go. Tree fires. Red light. Loins by 13. Alexander going to get the win. He runs a 601 and a 604. Doug Heinisch and Jimmy Francisco. Chevrolet Nova, 565. Split window Corvette, 543. Both out and both green. 1/100 separate them. Finish line winner, left lane. By 4 thousandths of a second, Jimmy Francisco's 008 taking 4 stripe to be 1 over the dial in. Heinisch is 018, dead 7 at the end. Ricky Adkins and Sean Carver. 563 to a 588. Attention in the pits. Double enter Dragsters, lane 7 and 8, please. Double enter Dragsters, lane 7 and 8. Ricky Atkins for the win right there. He's 006, dead 4, 10 total. Carver's 004 and 300s under. It's again double enter Dragsters, double enter Dragsters. Here in round number 3, double enter Dragsters. Still got a second entry. Bring them up to the lanes, please. Mike Marchini and Mike Marcette going to run next. Marcette with a 548 dial-in. Mike Marchini with a 652 dial-in. A 009 red light for Martini. Marcette with a win. He's 019, dead 4. Dave Lorenz and Lucky Larry on the start line here. Larry in right-hand lane, down at a 582, and Dave in left-hand lane, Chevy 2, 555. Both drivers in, tree down, both out, both green. Slight advantage went to Lorenz. The win light goes to Lorenz. 005 and a thou under the dial-in for the win. Lucky Larry is 017 and 2 thou under for the loss. 1 thou margin of victory there. Skylar Drews and Joe Samelik. Advance Auto Parts on the Gia with a 555. Skylar right-hand lane with a 592. Double enter Dragsters. Double enter Dragsters to the lanes. Double enter Dragsters to the lanes. Both out on green light starts here. Finish line winner, Skylar Drews, 020, 2 over the dial-in. Joe was a little bit late and ran over the dial-in by 500ths. Ryan Pichocki and Louis Taylor. 574 for the Camaro, 665 for Ryan Pichocki and a Mustang. 001 red light for Ryan Pachaki. So Louis Taylor advances another round. Running dead on with an 8 at the end. Ryan was 1 red. Frank Piltz and Kyle Yecko. The Dodge Daytona Del 671. Frank in the Chevy Nova. Cadillac, Michigan. 604 dial-in. Red light for Kyle Yacko by 005. Frank will go another round. He's on a 604 dial-in. Puts it on a 606 right there, 113. 012 winning reaction time. Jason Hemmerline and Aaron McCullough. Aaron left-hand lane Del 638, the Tiffin, Ohio Chevrolet Camaro, and Jason Hemmerline right-hand lane is 2013 Camaro, 541 dial-in. Eighth mile finish line, win light going right-hand lane. Jason Hemmerline, 014, 200ths over. McCullough's 020 and 100th under. Taking 28, need to take 18 or less there. Tom Bray and Kenny Underwood. Underwood's 1981 Chevy Rattler Camaro, 594. Tom Bray's 1990 Camaro, 739. Kenny Underwood and Tom Bray. Finish line winner, Tom Bray. He laid down 2 total last round. Tom Bray just laid down 6 total here against Underwood this round in the Camaro. Underwood's 24, cannot win that one. Chuck Ridenauer, the Corvette Roadster, 512. Steve Height, the Malibu, 617. Down the finish line, win light going Steve Height. 034 dead 2. Chuck just had his worst reaction time of the weekend. He's 046 and 1 over. Ray Kinger and Bob DeCheney. Ray left lane down 549. Bob's Malibu 581. Double-enter dragsters to the lanes. Bob just turned it red in the right-hand lane. Ray Kinger with a win light. Tyler Clark and Thomas Whitaker in left-hand lane. Chevrolet Camaro 533. Clark in the right-hand lane. The Limited up 568. Double-entered dragsters to the lanes. If you're still carrying a second entry on the dragster side, they need you in the cedar lanes. Both out on green lights. 5 thou separate them here. Clark and Whitaker, finish line winner. Clark. Double 1 over for the win. Whitaker is 014, 2 over in a good drag race. Terry Bauman And Dustin Cesaro, the truck on a 670, the Chevy 2, 645. Pickup truck in the Chevy 2. Finish line winner, truck 006. Take 005 stripe to be one over with a 5. Terry Bauman is 015 in one over the dial in right-hand lane. Margin victory 005. David Lanning and Jeff Burdess. Jeff in left-hand lane, Del 578. David right-hand lane, 657. Green lights a pair here, Jeff Burdess and David Lanning. Finish line winner, Lanning, 009, one under the dial in. Burdess is 056 in the left-hand lane, 17th out under the dial in. Corey Mikas and Joel Young. Joel's dialed 610. Corey's on a 785. El Camino. Corey Mikas and Joel Young. Finish line, give it to Mikas. 012, take 9 stripe to be one over with an 8. Young is 022 and one over with a 7. Jeremy Johnson and Jared Ledford. Jared's Camaro, 654. Jeremy's Malibu, 654. Both out on green lights, and a pretty visible reaction time advantage went to Jared, and the win light going to go to Jared. 015, take 100 stripe to be 400s over the dial end. Jeremy in right-hand lane is 062, dead 8. Will Steckley and Danny Angel. Danny's Mustang, 630. Will in the Charger, 571. So Danny red lights, and Will does not leave the starting line until he watched Danny. He was giving Danny the hit. Danny went red. Will went 576 reaction time for the win. If Will goes on to win this race, we'll all remember way back in round number 3 when he didn't leave the line and he got the win. Aaron Vale, Connor Jensen. 607 in the left, 638 in the right. Connor Jensen and Aaron Vale. Finish line winner going. Vale. 019 dead 6. Connor missed it that time. He's dead on with an 054. Uptown Racing Chevrolet Camaro up against the Pontiac Grand Am of Steve Smith, 571 and 555. Double door cars, if you're still carrying 2, can head back to the lanes. Double door cars, if you're carrying 2, you can head back to the lanes. Your second entry. Down the finish line here, win light going, Steve Smith. 004, take 004 to be 500ths over, and the win light came on. Steve Smith advances. Gary Williams and Tim Stout. Overkill Motorsports truck with a 573. Stout in right-hand lane. His truck dealt 671. Green light. Green light. Tim Stout got a shot to take out Gary Williams here. Finish line winner. Stout did it. 008, take 007 to be 200ths over. Williams was 20 and 1 over the dial-in. Tim Stout takes that entry to round number next. I wasn't going to say it, but I did it. Round 4. Nolan Blanchard and Chris G. Chris left-hand lane, the Beretta. 551. Nolan Blanchard in the Monte Carlo 629. And it'll be a dead on 6 for Blanchard. 016 dead 6, winning by 3 thou. Chris G is 010 and 100th over the dial-in. No good that time. Will Crawford and A.J. Kosenka. A.J. in the left-hand lane. 478, Will in the right-hand lane, 521 of the Corvette Roadster. So we start rolling into our double inner dragsters. Will, our last door car on the first entry side here. We've called our double door cars back to the state lines. Three thou separate the reaction times. Winner, Dragster. Kosenka's 012, dead 6. Will got there first. He's 015 in 18 thou under. 519, 2 and a 521. Kosenka with a win. This will be the last round where we will separate doubles and call doubles separate to the state lanes, just so racers know. Let's get to round 4. We will not call a separate round of doubles. We'll need to get to the front of the line and the back of the line. Here we go. Double entered dragsters, their second round, their second entry coming around first pair. Going to be the Duffy Girls dragster in the left-hand lane out of Canada, dialed in at a 485, and Mike Zednick 495 in the right. Left-hand lane, a win for the Duffy girls. 052, dead 5. Mike Zednick, oh my. 004, 1 thou under. Fine, 494.9 on a 495, taking 500's finish line down there. Derek Gilman right lane, take on Jason Jensen, 469 to a 476. Gilman nailing a perfect reaction time here. And a dead 1. He misses a perfect run by a thou. Derek Gilman putting 1 total up there. 000, dead 1. Jason Jensen's 13, dead 7. Gilman advances. Brittany Ulmer on the right-hand lane down to 447. And John Cook on the left-hand lane down to 465. Double enter door cars. We need you in the lanes. Double enter door cars. Double enter door cars. Double enter door cars. If you're carrying a second entry. Double enter door cars. If you're carrying a second entry, we need you in the cedar lanes. Also, first call are no box 4. Final 4, no box to the lanes. The final 4 and no box to the lanes. Two thou's separate him here. Finish line winner, left lane, John Cook. 008, dead 5. Brittany is 10, take 4 to be 1 thou under in a hell of a drag race. Joe Ballman and Scott Hornline here, 490 to a 618. Start rolling into our double enter door cars. If you're a double entered with a second entry and you're hanging on to the second entry, you need to hang on to in the cedar lanes. They're running, so we need you in the lanes quickly. If you're still holding a second entry here on the door car side, they are running the doubles. Down the finish line, this is Joe Ballman. The door car gets the win, 007 1 over. Scott is dead 0 in the right-hand lane, but had an 052 reaction time. Ricky Adkins and Steve Migas. Chevy Nova 590 dial in. Adkins GTO 588. Both drivers in. Here we go. Tree fires and a red light for Steve by 12. Atkins is 16 green and runs a shutoff 619. Kyle Kidder and Kyle Yacko. Daytona left lane down 673. The Camaro's on a 679. A 001 red right-hand lane for Cal Kidder. Cal Yacko left-hand lane with a win and 016 and a 100th under. He'll go to round number 4. Travis Colangelo left-hand lane. The American Race Cars Chevy 2, 554. Jason Hemmerline's Camaro, 543. Both out on green lights. 1/100 separate them. Finish line, 1 light, Hammerline. He's 14 dead, 9 to be 23 total. That locks out Travis's 24 reaction time. Final pair of the round here of round number 3. Going to be our by-run car, Kurt Cheney in the right-hand lane. Dragster with a 492 dial-in. And Kenny Underwood's Camaro down 589. Round 3, final pair. Kirk Cheney trying to hang on to his by-run here. Underwood's out. Cheney's out, and he's got some work to do here. Win light. He did it. Or Kenny did it for him. Underwood's 12, taking 34 to be 1 thou under. Need to take 33 or less. Cheney is 42 on the let go, dead 3 for the win. Kirk Cheney hangs on to his by-run, and that does it for round number 3 of eliminations. Once again, I'll make it very, very clear. From this point on, there's no more calling a separate double round. What we will do is when we call dragsters up, we will call anybody that's carrying 2 entries to the front of the line and give you about a 3 or 4 or 5 minute head start, or probably closer to 3 than 5. So if you're carrying 2 entries and as a dragster, we'll call you here, and actually right now, if you're carrying 2 entries as a dragster, bring them to the lanes, please. If you're double entered right now, going into round 4 with the dragster, we'll get you to the front of the line before we call the rest of the dragsters. Go ahead and head this way. Try to get you to the front of the line. So the concession stands and the fuel building will close at 3:30 this afternoon. Concession stands and the fuel building will close at 3:30 this afternoon, 35 minutes away. So get over there and get your hand-dipped ice cream one last time. Get some racing methanol or gas before you got enough to finish the event today. About another half hour in those two buildings. Double enter dragsters. Anybody carrying two entries of the dragster to the front? We need round number 4 of dragsters to lane 7 and 8. Round 4 dragsters to the lanes, please. Round 4 dragsters. So round 4 of dragsters, back to the seat lanes. Round 4 of dragsters. Kirk Cheney's hanging on to his bye run, so he'll be at the end. Round 4 dragsters to the lanes. Here we go, final 4. No box getting ready to come out. All right, here we go. Final four on the no box side. Ives Boudry and Joel Young. Young with a Chevrolet Camaro, left-hand lane. North Branch, Michigan, down 610. And Ives Boudry out of Zilda, Ontario, Canada. Skidoo down 622. Round four dragsters should be in the Seder lanes. Round four dragsters should be in the Seder lanes. Any double entered door cars, any that are left, bring them to us, please. Double entered door cars, we will take you to the front of the line here. Double entered door cars to the front of the line. Young is in, now Boudry's in. Here we go. Christmas tree fires a red light for the snowmobile by 25. Young will go to the finals on no box. And he runs on 099 on the 610 dial in. He will take on the winner of this pair, Chris Heminger and Danny Angel. Danny in the Ford Mustang down 632. Chris in the Oldsmobile down 724. Double entered door cars. If you're carrying two, we're giving you about a 2-minute head start here to get to the Seder lanes in front of the rest of the pack. Final call for round four dragsters. They're coming out of the Seder lanes. Both out on green lights. 1/100 separate them here on the no box semifinal round. And it will be left-hand lane Angel pulling one out. Heminger was 004 and then went 300 under the dial in. Angel is 014 and 200 under the dial in. Margin of victory on the little numbers comes out to 006. Danny Angel will go to the finals to take on Joel Young. Here we go to the dragsters, Bailey Ferraro and Ashley Cook. We will now take the rest of the door cars for round four. Round four door cars to the Seder lanes. Bailey Ferraro, left-hand lane down 441, and Ashley Cook, right-hand lane down 486. Round four of eliminations, door cars to the lanes. Round four, door cars to the lanes. Here we go, tree down, and Ashley Cook just missed the tree. Bailey Ferraro, 10th over for the win with an 019. Ashley may have let go, then went back on it, and it was on, I'm guessing, Caitlin Smith and Jason Preston. Jason left-hand lane down 479. Caitlin right-hand lane down 463. Round number four on the dragster side here. Three thou separate them. Preston and Smith will not go, and Caitlin Smith, 012, 100th over the dial in. Jason Preston is 015 and 9 thou under the dial in. Caitlin Smith will go to round five. Paul Wolf and Chris Goebel Goebel backing up in the right-hand lane down 445. Wolf in the left-hand lane down 506. Round 4, door cars to the city lanes. Round 4, door cars to the lanes. Fourth, I'll separate them here. Finish line winner. Right-hand lane Goebel. Wolf got there first. It went 5:05.9 on a 5:06 dial in. 1 thou under. Goebel's 100th over with an 0:21. AJ Kosenka, left-hand lane, Dragster, dialed in at 475. And Brittany Ullman, right-hand lane, going to dial in at 443. Left lane's on a 479 dial in here. Ryan, you guys know the left lane's 479, right? Okay. Because we had a 75 on the board. Just wanted to double check. So Brittany's on 443. AJ's on 479. I'll separate them here. Finish line winner, Brittany Ulmer, 009, 100th over the dial in. AJ got there first. He's 017, taking 12 stripe, breaking out 4. Troy Williams Jr. and Derek Gilman. Derek in the right lane down 476. Troy Williams Jr. left lane down 474. Two thou separate him here. Down the finish line winner going. Right-hand lane Derek Gilman, 020, 2 thou under. Williams is 018, taking 6 stripe to break out by 6. So margin of victory, 4 thou to Gilman. Nick Keys and Chelsea Duffy. Left lane Chelsea down 485. Nick and right-hand lane down 505. Bolt driver is in. Here we go. A red light for Chelsea Duffy. The Keys will advance, running a 5:04 and a 5:05 with an 0:28 reaction time. Nick Keys will be in round 5. Gary Williams backing up in the left-hand lane, taking on Mike Zednick. 494 for Mike. Gary's on a 466. 2,000 separate them. Finish line winner. Right lane Mike 494.9 on a 494.018. Get there by 1. Gary's 016. 1 over, giving it back a thou down there. Zednik will be in round number 5. Jason Jensen and Justin Daniels. Justin right hand lane 529. Jason left lane 470. $3,000. Separate them here. Jensen, Daniels, winner. Daniels. 0-10 dead 1, 11 total for Daniels. Jensen's 13 on the let go. Can't win that one. He's breaking out, trying to. Went 7,000 under, taking 5 stripe. John Cook and Don Vincelli. Cook in the left-hand lane, 466. Vincelli in the right-hand lane, 459. Both out on green lights here. John Cook, Don Vincelli, finish line winner. Cook. Vincelli had him on the tree, 008, and then goes 12 thou under the dial-in. Cook is 017 and only 4 thou under his dial-in, so Cook will go to round 5. Joe Ballman and Jason Hemmerline next. Jason right-hand lane, dialed in at a 543. Joe Bowman left-hand lane. The Camaro dialed in at a 618. So both these drivers carrying 2 entries here in round number 4, racing each other. So one of them will hang on, one of them will be down to 1. They're 1 thou separated on reaction time. Finish line winner, right lane. Hammerline will carry 2. Joe will be down to 1. Ricky Atkins right hand lane, taking on Jimmy Francisco. Jimmy in the left out 566. Ricky in the right out 588. Ricky carrying 2 entries. One thou separate them here. Finish line winner. Atkins, 021 dead 2. Francisco 020 and 9 thou under. So Atkins wins with that entry. Frank Piltz and Tom Bray. Tom Chevrolet Camaro, 738. Frank Chevrolet Nova, 606. Both out on green lights here, Frank and Tom, in a pretty good race. Frank, 007, dead 8 for the win. Tom, 011 and 100th under for the runner-up on that pair. Wes May and Jim Martin going to run. Jim's Camaro, 652. Wes Regal, 668. Both out on green lights here. Wes May in control. Finish line, Wes May. 018 and 300ths over the dial for the win. Jim is a couple over and was a little late. Louis Taylor and Dave Lorenz. Little Red left lane out 555. Louis Taylor's Camaro right lane out 574. Green light's a pair. Lorenz with a 003. Finish line, Lorenz with a win light. 003, take 1 thou stripe for Lorenz. Taylor's 16, dead 9. Jeff Alexander's Monza and Steve Smith's Grand Am, 571 to a 601. Jeff Alexander and Steve Smith. Jeff Alexander, 000 for the second time today with a Monza, and he runs dead on with a 4-pack for Alexander. Steve Smith, under a little bit and a little bit later. Ray Kinger's Camaro, 552, and Aaron Vale's Pontiac Trans Am, 638. Both drivers in. Here we go. Ray Kinger, Aaron Vale. Vale's out green. Kinger's out greener. Finish line. Vale. He's 009, 1 over for the win. Ray is 053 and 2 under for runner-up on that pair. Jared Ledford and Skylar Drews. Skylar right-hand lane out 592. Jared left-hand lane out 654. One thou separate them on reaction time. Finish line winner, Drews. Double breakout. Jared is 3 thou under in the left. Skylar is 1 thou under in the right. Skylar Drews goes around 5. Tim Stout and Dustin Cesaro. Stout 672, Dustin Cesaro left-hand lane down 670, 200 separate them on dial in here. Tree comes down, they're both out, they're both green. Side by side all the way down through there. And a win goes right-hand lane. Cesaro had him by 200s on reaction time, but then went 500s under the dial in. Stout is 400s under the dial in. 3 thou margin of victory. Nolan Blanchard, Chevrolet Monte Carlo 629, and Mike Marsette's Dodge Stealth 548. Both drivers in, tree fires, green lights a pair. Almost 200 separate them on reaction time here. One light going to Blanchard. He's 020 and taking 008 stripe to be 1 over the dial in. Marcette is 039, dead 3. Not good enough. Kyle Yacko and Steve Height. Malibu right hand lane down 617. Kyle Yako's Daytona 672. $6,000 separate him on reaction time. Right lane winner, Steve Height. He's 017 and 4th thou under. Yak was 023 and 6th thou under. 2,000 margin of victory to Steve Height. David Lanning and Tyler Clark. Tyler, the Chevrolet Lumina, 569. David in the S10, 657. Red light for David Lanning. Tyler Clark will advance. Go 27 and react. On the 69 runs a 66. Lanning was 17 red. Corey Mikas and Will Steckley. Will in the left lane down 571. Corey in the right lane down 786. One 100 separate him on reaction time. Will Steckley, Corey Mikas, finish line winner, Mikas. 021, take 1 thou stripe to be dead on with a 3. Steckley's 031 and 6 thou under. Mikas will go to round number 5. Joe Ballman and Ricky Atkins going to run here. We A few doubles that are rolling back around here at the end of the line. Actually, both these guys were doubled to start the round. Joe Bauman left-hand line with a 617 dialing. Ricky Atkins on a 588. Joe lost with his first entry. Ricky won with his first entry. So Joe needs a win light to stay in the event here with the Camaro. Both drivers in. Here we go. Tree fires are out, both out on green. Heading down the finish line. Win light going. Adkins. 589 on a 588 with a 006. Bauman's 032 and 1 over. So Adkins will carry 2 to round 5. Jason Hemmerline, he also carrying 2 going into this round with a Chevrolet Camaro, and he did win with his first entry. So has the opportunity to carry 2 entries around number 5 here with a win light. Taking on the by-run car, Kurt Cheney right-hand lane. Cheney's Dragster's on a 492. Hemmerline's Camaro's on a 542. Jason Hemmerline and Kirk Cheney. Here we go. 3 fires, both out, both green. 100th advantage went to Hemmerline. Finish line winner, Cheney. 023, 1 over. He hangs on to his by run. Hemmerline's 14 and 400ths over. So Hemmerline's down to 1 entry. Ricky Atkins, the only driver carrying 2 at this point. No box final round to the lanes. No box final to the Cedar Lanes. So 660 Raceworks was giving away one final $500 gift card here on the final day. And it is a random loser from the first 3 rounds. And I'm not calling you a loser. I'm just saying you didn't win when you raced somebody. Vance Brown, you randomly were chosen. You have a $500 gift certificate from 660 Raceworks. Vance Brown was the winner of the $500 gift card from 660 Raceworks here on the final day. Round five, dragsters back to the state lanes. Round 5, dragsters back to lanes. No box final should be out there. Round 5, dragsters to the lanes. We have our no box final round getting in and getting ready to put that down the track. A $2,000 to win here on the final day and then advancing in the main event. Double entered door card to the front of the line, please. Double entered door card to the front of the line. Here we go. Final round, no box. Danny Angel and Joel Young. $2,000 to win. 500 runner-up here. And you get to continue on the $5,000. Angel in left-hand lane down at a 632 with the Mustang. Joel Young right lane, the Camaro down 610. Both drivers bumping forward here. Angel's in. Young's in. Final round of no box on the last day here of the OG50. They're with a thou on react. Win light, right lane. 016, 2 thou under. Beats an 015, 13 thou under for Danny Angel. So Joel Young, $2,000 winner plus advancing in the main event. Door car, round 5 to the lanes. Door car, round 5 to the stadium lanes, please. Door car, round 5 to the lanes. Chris Goebel coming up right-hand lane. In at 445. Left-hand lane, Bailey Ferraro on a 441. Once again, door cars to the lanes. Door cars for round 5 to the lanes. Two of the quicker cars remaining here, Bailey Ferraro and Chris Goebel, 441 to a 445. Both drivers in. Here we go, 3 down, red light Goebel, green light Ferraro. Ferraro is 002, clicking off early. Goebel is 003 red, dead 1 for the loss. Kalen Smith and Mike Zednick. Kalen right-hand lane down into 463. Mike 494 in the left. Smith is in. Now Zednick's in. Here we go. Winner's going to round 6. Mike Zednick with a great reaction time here. And he will get the win. 003, 1 thou under. Beat 022, 8 thou under for Kalen. Mike Zednick's going to round 6. Justin Daniels and Nick Lakeys. Nick in the right-hand lane down 504. Justin left lane 529. The red light by 001 for Nick Lakeys. Daniels will go to the next round. A couple under the dial in, 025 reaction time. Justin Daniels goes to round 6. Brittany Ulmer and Derek Gilman. Brittany left hand lane down 444. Derek right lane down 475. Both out on green lights here. Brittany with a 00 and a dead on. 004, dead 4, 8 total, taking 5 stripe. Brittany Ulmer will go to round 6. Gilman's 19 and not in the ball game on that one. Here we go, door cars, round number 5. So Dave Lorenz and John Cook going to run here. Dave, the first door car out. John, the last dragster out. Lorenz going left-hand lane, going to dial 555. John Cook in right-hand lane, going to dial 466. Dave Lorenz and John Cook into the pre-stage beams here. Round number 5 of the main event here on Sunday. Green light, 5 thou separate them. Winner, Cook, dead zero. 0-16, dead zero. Lorenz took the stripe and broke out by 8 thou. Dave was 0-21. Dragster driver was a 16. Wes May and Ricky Adkins going to run here. Adkins in the right-hand lane, the GTO out of Milan, Michigan, down 588. Wes on left-hand lane, Greentown, Indiana, the Beer Kriegel down 668. Adkins still doubled in the program. Four thou separate them on 60-foot time here. On the finish line, winner going right-hand lane, Adkins. 0-15, taking 1 thou stripe. West May is 0-19, dead 7. Adkins advances with that entry. Tyler Clark, the Lumina, 567. Frank Piltz with the Nova, 605. Frank Piltz, Tyler Clark, finish line, win light. Clark. Frank was 008 reaction time and then went 14 thou under his dial-in. Clark is 020 and dead on the dial-in with a 2. Jeff Alexander, the Monza right-hand lane with a 601 dial-in. 2 triple O's today, and he's on the bottom bulb. Corey Micah's left-hand lane, the El Camino down 786. Both drivers in. Tree fires are out. Micus and Alexander. Win light, Micus. 021, 100th over the dial-in for the win. Jeff is 036 and 1 over the dial-in. Runner up on that pair. Nolan Blanchard and Tim Stout going to run next. Tim in the truck, 669. Nolan with the Monte Carlo, 629. Tim Stout, Nolan Blanchard, finish line winner, Stout. 003, take 007 finish line. Stout will advance. Blanchard's 035 and 100th over his dial-in. Jason Hemmerlines and Skylar Drews. 592 for Skylar. Jason's on a 543 with a Camaro. Both out green. 2 thou separate them on reaction time here. Win light going. Right lane. Jason Hammerline. 022. Dead on with an 8. Beats an 020. 16 thou under for the Calais. Steve Height and Aaron Vale. Steve Dow's 617 in the Malibu. Aaron's a 638 with a Trans Am. Tree on the way down. They're out. They're both green. Height holding about a 100th advantage. And a win light, and a wop wop, and a 002 finish line for Steve Height. 006 take 2 at the stripe to be dead 5. Aaron Vales 017 and 4th out under. One more pair to go. Ricky Edkins coming back around with his second entry. Take on Kirk Cheney's Dragster. Ricky Atkins, we need you in the starting lines, please. Final pair here in round 5. Ricky Atkins going to left-hand lane. Pontiac Dillon at a 586, and Kirk Cheney's drag she'll be on a 493. Finish line here, win light, left-hand lane Adkins. He's 0-11 and 200ths over for the win. Cheney is 0-49 and 200ths under for the loss. So Adkins will take 2 entries to round 6. Dragsters. Dragsters for round 6. Back to the lanes, please. Dragsters round 6, lanes 7 and 8. Dragsters round 6, lanes 7 and 8. The buy run here in round 6, 3x9T. 3x9T. Ferraro. Double door car to the lanes. Door cars, the remaining door cars. Round 6 to the lanes. So everyone here for round 6 has been called. Everyone has been called to the lanes here for round 6. Here we go. Start of round number 6. Dragster side coming out first. Mike Zednick and John Cook. Cook right hand lane 465. Mike Zednick left hand lane 493. Here we go. First pair of round number 6 and a red light by 001. Mike Zednick turned at 1 red in the left-hand lane. Cook is 1 thou under after an 027 winning reaction time. Brittany Ulmer and Justin Daniels going to run. Justin left-hand lane down 528. Brittany Ulmer right-hand lane down 443. In the door cars, we need you in the lanes. Door cars. Red light for Daniels. Brittany is 16 on the wrong side of the green light and runs 1 over for the win. She'll go to round 7. Daniels was way red. Here we go to the door car side. Ricky Atkins and Joel Young. Joel, the no box winner, moving on to round number 6 of the main event. Left-hand lane Camaro down 610. Ricky's GTO, Milan, Michigan, right lane down 587. A red light by 005 for Atkins. Joel Young runs a 609 on a 610 with a 21 reaction time. So Joel Young will take that entry to the ladder round. Jason Hemmerline and Tyler Clark next. Tyler in the right-hand lane, 566 dial in. Left-hand lane Jason Hemmerline, 544 dial in. Both out on green lights here. Tyler Clark in control and going to get the win. 008 and one over the island with a 3 at the end. Tyler Clark advances. Jason was 039 reaction time. Corey Mikas and Tim Stout. Tim in the left lane, 670. Corey in the right lane, 785. Two good lights here, a 005 and an 011. Win light goes to Stout. 005, 9 thou under. Mikas is 011 and 13 thou under. Margin of victory, 004. Tim Stout will be on the ladder round with that 005 reaction time. So we have one more pair to go in the bye run here in round number 6. Ricky Atkins to the lanes, please. So we'll bring the by run out here first before we run our final pair. Bailey Ferraro, left-hand lane. He'll go to the ladder round of the dragster. Ferraro is 003, dead 9. Ricky Atkins coming to the left-hand lane. The GTO down 587, and Steve Height will be in the right-hand lane. Malibu down in at 617. Fourth aisle separate them on reaction time. Finish line winner, Adkins. On a double breakout, 015, 7th out under in the left, 011, 14th out under in the right. there's anybody on the grounds that knows about slide outs on a motorhome, Lucky Larry's out here by the center section of the pit area here by the old concession stand, behind the regular concession stands. Can't get the slide out in. Anybody knows anything about that that's still on the grounds can help him. He'd appreciate that. So the ladder is printed. The 7 drivers that are still in it. Number 1 qualifier in the bye run to 4 cars will be Tim Stout. Tyler Clark will take on John Cook. Clark with lane choice. Bailey Ferraro will take on Joel Young. Bailey Ferraro with lane choice. And Ricky Adkins will take on Brittany Ulmer. Ricky Adkins with lane choice. Back to the state of lanes, please. Quarterfinal round of the $5-grander coming around the corner. John Cook and Tyler Clark. Cook in left-hand lane. Dragster down at a 465. And Tyler Clark right lane. Traverse City, Michigan. Lumina down 566. Cook out of Mason, Ohio. Both the drivers into the pre-stage. Now Cook stage is. Clark is bumping. He's in. Here we go. Green light. Green light. Clark in control if he don't break out. He got it. 003, 1 over the dial-in. Tyler Clark is going to the semifinal of the $5-grander. Cook is 024 and 100th over the dial-in. Tyler Clark, the first driver to make it to the Final Four here. Bela Ferraro, Joel Young. Ferraro's Dragster left-hand lane down 438. Young's no-box car right-hand lane down 609. Both drivers in. Here we go. Red light by 005 for Young. So he's out of here. Ferraro advances with a 002 green light. Couple over the dial line. Bailey Ferraro will be in the Final Four. Brittany Ulmer and Ricky Adkins. Ricky in the right lane down 586. Brittany left-hand lane will be on a 444. Both drivers in. Here we go. Christmas tree coming down. Red light by 001 for Adkins. Brittany Ulmer advances. Running a 445. She's 021 and 100th over, so she will be in the Final Four. In the bye run, Tim Stout. He'll go to the Final Four. He's sitting in the burn box. Ricky's kind of coasting down through there. We'll wait for him to get off the end of the track here. Stout right-hand lane, Carson City, Michigan. Truck and right-hand lane, Carson City, Michigan. We'll be in the semifinal round. Working for some lane choice here. He will be running Tyler Clark. I'm going by memory here. I think Clark was 3 on the tree, so he needs to be near perfect. .001. Stout gets lane choice over Clark. How about that? By 2 thou, Tim Stout will have lane choice in the Final Four. Semifinal to the state lanes. The final four to the state lanes, please. Semifinal to the state lanes, please. Semi-final round of the 5-grander coming out. Tyler Clark and Tim Stout. The door cars are going to run and the dragsters are going to run. Tyler Clark, left-hand lane, Traverse City, Michigan. Chevy Lumina down at a 566, and Tim Stout, right lane from Carson City, Michigan. The S10 on a 669 win, and you're racing for $5,000 here on Sunday of the World Super Pro Challenge. They're both out and they're both green. A little more than 100 separate them. Finish line, win light. Left-hand lane, Tyler Clark. 013. Take 6 10,000ths stripe to be one over the dial end. 0006 finish line. Stout was 027 and a thou under. He didn't get there first. Tyler Clark will be racing for $5,000 here on the final day of the World Super Pro Challenge. Rolling up here for the other half of the semifinal, the two dragsters going to run here. Bailey Ferraro and Brittany Ulmer. Bailey in left-hand lane with a 442 dial in. Brittany in right-hand lane with a 445 dial in. Brittany's in, now Bailey's in. Here we go. Semi-final round. They're 4 thou separate them. Finish line winner, Brittany Ulmer. Nailed it. Game plan worked perfectly. 009 dead 1, 10 total. Bailey is 13 in the left, dead 6. Brittany Ulmer is going to race Tyler Clark for $5,000. $5,000 final round to the lanes. Well, if you're in the grandstand down there, the final is over. You just witnessed it. Brittany Ulmer has won. Tyler Clark has broke the Lumina, will not make the final. So congratulations to both of those groups for making the final here on the last day. But Brittany Ulmer will be the $5,000 champion. And after that semifinal, we were actually done for the weekend. We did not know that. Didn't predict that. But if you're still here, one final time, thank you for being here, and have a safe travel home. We'll have a huge victory celebration in the winner's circle over here. I can just see it already. But for real, thank you, folks, and have a safe trip home. Be careful.